Good morning. We are on the record for hearings in the matters listed in the North Dakota Industrial Commission hearing docket for August 23rd. I am David Garner, hearing examiner for these hearings. We are at the hearing room for the Department of Mineral Resources, Oil and Gas Division, and it is 9 a.m. On the docket, the following matters will be continued or dismissed. Case number 30268, dismissed. Case number 30274, continued to September. Case number 30204, continued to September. Case number 30289, continued to September. And on the supplement, case number 30228, continued to September. The administrative docket starts on page 4 with case number 30277 and goes through case number 30295. This docket also includes case number 30228 on the supplement. These cases will be heard in the next room with Michael Zisch. Audio recordings of the cases on the administrative docket will be placed on the Oil and Gas website by the end of the week. If you wish to appear in one of the matters on the administrative docket, please appear in the next room. If there is opposition to the matter, it will be brought back into this hearing room to be heard, and your statements and evidence will be taken. We will begin with case number 30265, which is an application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Berg, Green Lake, and/or Smoky Butte Bakken pools to establish an overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit described as Sections 5 and 6, Township 159 North, Range 99 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and Section 1, Township 159 North, Range 100 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and Sections 31 and 32, Township 160 North, Range 99 West, Divide County, North Dakota, and Section 36, Township 160 North, Range 100 West, Divide County, North Dakota, and to authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit. All interested parties, please come forward.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Tom Throne, P.O. Box 6590 in Sheridan, Wyoming, appearing on behalf of the applicant, Phoenix Operating LLC.
And thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Petra Hunt, LLC.
Okay, Mr. Throne, since it's your case, I'll have you proceed.
Okay, we have 3 witnesses, Mr. Chairman. Mark Johnson will appear as a land witness. Nick Daniele will appear as a geology witness. And Brandon Allen will appear as an engineering witness, and all 3 are present today.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Okay, Mark, would you please state your name and work address for the record?
My name is Mark Johnson. My address is 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado, 80237.
And for whom do you work and in what capacity?
I am a landman and for Phoenix Operating Company.
And have you previously been accepted as an expert in petroleum land matters?
I have.
And are you personally familiar with all of the lands that are subject to this application today?
I am.
I would ask that Mr. Johnson be accepted as an expert in petroleum land matters.
Motion granted.
Have you prepared or caused to be prepared certain exhibits for this hearing?
I have.
Starting with Exhibit 1, would you please locate the proposed spacing unit on a broad background that is subject to this hearing?
Yeah, Exhibit 1 just shows the outline of our proposed unit in red, and the black boxes around are just the other boxes that where we have interest and are putting things together in the area on the Divide Williams County border.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 2, explain in detail the contents of that exhibit.
Yeah, as we zoom in, you can get a tighter view of the red box, which is Section 1 of 159-100, Sections 5 and 6 of 159-99, Sections 31 and 32 of 160-99, and Section 36 of 160-100. And again, our proposed 3840 spacing unit is outlined in red.
And in black, what are those?
Those are other operated spacing units, which we've been to the commission to talk about getting those spaced for 3-mile laterals.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 3, discuss the ownership in the proposed spacing unit.
Exhibit 3, we're just zooming in a little bit further. As of today, Phoenix has 27.02% of this spacing unit. We've got deals papered in the next 30 days. It'll get us up to 34%, and we have written support from another 2.7%. So we believe in 30 days, we will have 36.8% in this 3840 spacing unit.
And what, I noticed that Petro Hunt also has a large working interest in this proposed unit, correct?
Yes, Petrohunt's about equal. After 30 days, we believe ourselves and Petrohunt will be about equal working interest owners in this proposed spacing unit.
If this commission approves this application, will Phoenix cooperate with the other working interest owners, including Petro Hunt, in drilling the well?
Yes, we will.
I have no further questions from Mr. Johnson and ask that his exhibits be admitted into the record.
The exhibits will be received. Mr. Daniele.
Mr. Examiner, I just,
Oh,
if I
I'm
may,
sorry.
a couple questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even think about it. Go ahead.
Mr. Johnson, have you reached out to any of the other working interest owners in the proposed spacing unit?
We have.
And are any of them supportive of your proposed spacing and development plan?
We've got about 2.7% back that have signed letters for us. The others we've all talked with, they're non-committal at this point. I'm not sure if they don't want to argue with Petro Hunt or what, but they've just been non-committal, but have said they would probably participate in this well, so.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Daniele, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
Nick, would you please state your name and work address for the record and also spell your last name?
Yeah, Nick Daniele, Daniele, work address 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado 80237.
And for whom do you work and in what capacity?
Vice President of Geology, Phoenix Operating LLC.
And have you previously been accepted as an expert in petroleum geology by this commission?
Yes,
And are you personally familiar with the lands that are subject to this application?
yes,
I would ask that Mr. Daniele be accepted as an expert witness in petroleum geology.
Motion granted.
Nick, have you prepared or caused to be prepared certain exhibits for this hearing?
yes, sir.
Starting with Exhibit 4, please describe the structure of the Middle Bakken for the lands that are subject to this hearing.
So the proposed 3840 spacing units highlighted in red. Middle Bakken horizontal wells are highlighted in black. Three Forks horizontal wells are highlighted in purple. This is a subsea structure map on top of the Middle Bakken showing a strike from east to west and a dip from north to south.
And is the proposed spacing configuration imposed on this structure map?
Yes.
And have you labeled a dot as the type log?
Yes, sir.
And is there a line, AA prime, on Exhibit 4 as well?
Yes.
Using Exhibit 5, would you please identify the type log and the cross-section?
Yes, sir. So this cross-section is set up, the first track's gamma ray, the second track's resistivity, and the third track's porosity. The type log used for the reservoir properties is the middle well, the Easterby 111.
Okay, and are the reservoir characteristics also included on Exhibit 5?
Yes, sir.
Would you please describe those characteristics?
Approximate TVD, middle Bakken is 9250. Average porosity for the Easterby is 7%. Average water saturation is 30% with a gross average thickness of 49 feet.
Move to Exhibit 6. Would you please explain what this exhibit is and also its relevance to this application?
Yeah, so this exhibit, the purpose is to show an analog to what the development for the lease line well would be in our unit of interest. Down at B, you can see there's 3 wells going east-west just north of the dot. And then the sections directly to the east, there is a lease line well similar to our proposal. All the wells in that area are Middle Bakken wells. Our lease line well will be over Petra Hunt's Three Forks wells, so a slight difference there. But Brandon will get into the details on the analog there.
Okay, and then move on to Exhibit 7 and discuss the cross-section BP prime that was included in your Exhibit 6.
This shows the B, which is the analog offset well to the wells Brandon's going to be talking about. R-type logs, the Easterby again, B prime. It shows slightly thicker Middle Bakken in our area and a slightly thicker lower shale, which we interpret as a frac barrier.
And what is the significance of the frac barrier, and in particular discuss the significance of the thickness in our type log?
The thickness of the lower shale is important because we don't think we will be affecting Petra Hunt's existing Three Forks wells in our area. Brandon will get into the development down south where you have a thinner shale. You also have all Middle Bakken wells, and they show no detriment to production by the lease line well production against the existing wells.
So is it your opinion that geologically it is safer, for a lack of a better word, to drill the lease line well where we're proposing than to the south?
Yes, sir.
Is the Middle Bakken present and continuous in the proposed spacing unit?
Yes.
And if approved, will waste be prevented, correlative rights protected, and unnecessary wells be prevented?
Yes.
I would ask that Exhibits 4, 5, 6, and 7 be admitted into the record.
Attorney Mann, any objections to the exhibits?
No objection.
The exhibits will be received. Attorney Mann, any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Allen, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Okay, Brandon, would you please state your name and address for the staff?
My name is Brandon Allen. My work address is 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado 80237.
And for whom do you work and in what capacity?
I work for Phoenix Operating as the head of reservoir engineering.
And have you previously been accepted by this commission as an expert in petroleum engineering?
I have.
And are you personally familiar with the lands that are subject to this application and the lands that Mr. Daniele discussed to the south?
Yes, I am.
I would ask that Mr. Allen be accepted as an expert witness in petroleum engineering.
Motion granted.
Brandon, have you prepared or caused to be prepared certain exhibits?
Yes, I have.
Starting with Exhibit 8, would you please describe Phoenix's proposed development area in this area, including the lease line well?
Yes. So Exhibit 8 depicts our in-unit development with the dashed green lines as Middle Bakken horizontals that we have already come before the commission and requested. The thick dashed black line represents the lease line proposed Middle Bakken well that we are here discussing today. That lease line well would be approximately 50 feet from the north line of our established unit in 5, 6, and 1. In purple, there is a federal tract that is currently pending litigation and is leased to Missouri River Royalty Corporation in the north half of the northwest quarter of Section 1. Our proposed 3840 is in the large red box. We also propose, given that Petro Hunt's wells are in the Three Forks formation, that the development of the Biddle Bakken in this area could continue in the same lateral orientation as our proposed in-unit wells in 5, 6, and 1 on an east-west lateral orientation, and have that development continue into Petro Hunt's units in the Middle Bakken. This would efficiently develop the Middle Bakken in this area, and those potential units are outlined in the dashed blue line for 32, 31, and 36 as a laydown 1920, and 29, 30, and 25 as a laydown 1920 Middle Bakken development.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 9, please discuss in detail the lease line well that you are proposing, and also discuss why you are proposing this well in the northern spacing unit and not in yours.
Sure. So the drainage assessment for the lease line corridor, that lease line corridor is approximately 700 feet, given the orientation of the laterals that Petro Hunt operates in the Three Forks. Would be approximately 700 feet, given the geologic parameters that Mr. Daniele testified to. Our estimate of the recoverable oil in place using the low-end recovery factor for a solution gas drive oil reservoir as published by AAPG. We anticipate that there's 450,000 barrels, stock tank barrels of oil in that corridor, and hence the need for another lateral in the Middle Bakken in order to drain that corridor. We are proposing that the well be drilled just to the north of the unit line for 5, 6, and 1, or inside of Petro Hunt's 32, 31, and 36 unit, is due to the federal tract that is located and depicted in the previous exhibit, Exhibit 8, in purple, that is pending litigation.
Both you and Mr. Daniele have alluded to potential impact on the Petro Hunt wells. Are you concerned as an engineer of adversely impacting Petro Hunt's existing wells?
I am not.
And why not?
As Nick mentioned, or Mr. Daniele mentioned, the lower Bakken Shale is thicker where we are. The lower Bakken Shale acts as a hydraulic fracture barrier. Given modern completion technology using a low viscosity fluid, also known as slick water, proppant transport is just not good enough to really not only prop the Three Forks, but keep it open between the lower Bakken Shale and the Middle Bakken, such that Three Forks oil, water, gas would migrate or be produced via a wellbore in the Middle Bakken.
Have you found an analog in the area that helps prove your thesis?
Yes, we have. It's the closest analog that we came across that's near our development. I would highlight that the analog only involves Middle Bakken wells, and Petro Hunt's 3 wells that are of concern in this matter are all Three Forks wells.
And have you prepared certain exhibits to demonstrate your thoughts?
Yes, I have.
Starting with Exhibit 10, would you please explain them?
Yes, so near Mr. Daniele's exhibit depicting letter B, Chord Energy developed 3 wells, the Drew, the Nathan, and I believe it's Trail, but an extra L for some reason. Those 3 wells were drilled in the Middle Bakken of 2012/13 vintage, give or take, and then they came in to infill stand-up wells in 2 and 11, as well as 1 and 12 just to the east off of this map. As you can see, for the Bobby 5502, 4211, 2BX, that lateral is a lease line lateral that is drilled in the unit that is not in unit with the remainder of the wells on that pad. This depicts the very same thing that we are proposing in this matter, just in a little different orientation. Petro Hunt's existing wells are stand-ups and ours are laydowns versus what is depicted here.
Okay, moving on to Exhibits 11A and B, demonstrate why you do not believe the proposed well will adversely impact Petro Hunt's existing wells.
Yes, so the plot depicted in Exhibit 11A shows cumulative oil on the y-axis and months on production on the x-axis. The time of offset infill development for the parent wells are the longest running wells, the Drew, the Nathan, and the Trail. Those were the time at which, from a months on production standpoint, the infill wells were drilled to the west. Those are depicted as the shorter lines up above the productivity of the parent wells. Not only does the lease line well depicted in blue, and I have an arrow pointing to it, not only does that well perform well, it's the second best well on that 4-well pad, it also shows that the parent wells were not impacted in a negative manner, such that we believe that both of these are evidence not only that the lease line well was needed in order to drain the lease line corridor, but also that the parent wells, which were common bench in the Middle Bakken, were not adversely impacted based on the development of the infill pad.
Did you hear Mr. Daniele discuss the Lower Bakken shale in his geologic discussion of the lands that are subject to this application?
Yes, I did.
From an engineering standpoint, what is the significance of his geologic analysis?
The significance is that it's a flow barrier between the Middle Bakken and the Three Forks, and unless you can effectively fracture it and keep it propped open, you will not be able to flow fluids between the Three Forks and the Middle Bakken. As I previously mentioned, modern completion technology and the completion design that we will be completing these wells with is a low viscosity fluid, more commonly known as slick water, that will keep the proppant in the Middle Bakken. Some hydraulic fracture fluid is likely to actually go into the Three Forks, but the Lower Bakken shale, given the pressure, will actually close up post our completion. So in fact, I fully anticipate that our hydraulic fracture of the lease line well will actually help Petro Hunt's Three Forks wells, offsetting us.
And just to reiterate, where this drilling pattern was utilized to the south, in the same formation, there was no adverse impact on the adjoining wells because of the lease line well.
That's correct.
Okay. Moving on to Exhibit 11B, discuss that briefly.
Yes, this exhibit indicates just what you said, Tom, was that the parent wells are all depicted here on this plot of rate versus time. The offset infill development wells that were the stand-up 1280s were put online in May of 2020. I performed a statistical regression forecast on the parent wells prior to that infill development. And as you can see, those are the dashed lines on the plot. As you can see, the production, which is the solid lines, has returned at minimum, and some of them have actually been helped by the offset hydraulic fracture from the infill development.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 12, would you please discuss the economics of this proposed well?
Yes, our Middle Bakken 3-mile lateral is anticipated to initially produce 30,000 barrels of oil per month. We ascribe a hyperbolic B factor of 0.9 and an initial decline rate of 74%, yielding a well life of approximately 30 years, an oil EUR of 485,000 barrels, which is very close to the recoverable oil in place on the very conservative end of 450,000 barrels, as I depicted in the previous exhibit for the lease line corridor. Given current commodity prices and a D&C cost of approximately $9.5 million, Our PV10, our gross PV10 for this well is approximately 12.8 million, with an IRR of 25% and a payout just under 30 months.
And using Exhibit 13, please describe how Phoenix Operating would complete this well.
Yes, our current wellbore diagram plan is to set surface casing at approximately 2,000 feet to cover the Pierre Shale. Excuse me. We would then drill to kickoff point and land in the Middle Bakken. We would run 7-inch casing inside of that, and then put a 4.5-inch liner after we have drilled to TD, whereby the liner top would be approximately 500 feet above kickoff point.
I have no further questions for Mr. Allen and ask that Exhibits 8 through 13 be admitted into the record. We have one more exhibit, and I failed to have Mr. Johnson testify to it, so I'll have to call him back to testify to the gas capture affidavit.
Okay. Attorney Mann, any objections to the exhibits?
No objection.
The exhibits will be received. Any cross-examination for the
No,
witness?
Mr. Examiner, thank you.
Any questions from the staff?
Brandon, on your Exhibit 8,
Yes, sir.
so first of all, maybe a little terminology. You say you're going to drill the well 50 feet from the north line, but it's going to be in 32, or 36, 31, and 32,
Yes, sir, that's correct.
so it'll be 50 feet from the south line.
50 feet from that side, yeah, from our north line of our unit. I apologize, it's a little, not sure the terminology there.
So what's the significance of the federal tract?
The federal tract is currently under pending litigation. So in order for us to penetrate those minerals, we need a federal APD. They will not issue a federal APD that goes through any tract that is under pending litigation. So it could be many years, as we have seen in other areas where pending litigation is happening on federal tracts in North Dakota.
So it's leased to Missouri River Royalty, but what's the litigation?
That I'm unaware. Some environmental company or group has said that they didn't do enough on the front end in order to actually lease it, and so they're fighting that the lease is valid and that it should be drilled or be available to be drilled. But to the best of my knowledge, I'm not a land person, but
So the surface location for the lease line well, is that over there on the east side of Section 5?
yes, sir, they will all be drilled from the multi-well pad that's depicted in black. And we would drill them all in the same occupation with the drilling rig. Our drilling rig is showing up to drill our unit just to the west in about 10 days. And we fully anticipate to move that rig over to start to drill this unit after following that development.
So those 5 wells will be batch drilled?
Yes, sir. Provided that we can get the permit for the lease line well. That well is up in the air, whether or not we would be able to batch drill it or not.
Okay, thank you.
On your Exhibit 8, would you guys be planning to leave enough room within your plans on the pad and the way you drill to put another well in if the pending litigation gets taken care of? So that way we don't have that empty spot there.
Yes.
Thanks. Also, I guess on your Exhibit 8, since we're there, you're depicting 2 possible, potential Petro Hunt spacing units where they're laying down and drilling, I'm assuming horizontal or east to west across their existing north-south wells. If Petro Hunt were to continue development on their north-south spacing units, what would be the effect of various stimulations to your well laid down in proximity to heels and or toes?
Sure. Yeah, we would we would be a little bit impacted on the lease line well. The hydraulic fracture plane in the Bakken, just in general, is southwest to northeast at approximately a 45-degree angle. So we would be impacted a little bit by their fractures at their toes for any infill development that they would do in the middle Bakken. But we would also be draining to the south of our line as well, our well as well. So we don't feel that we would be negatively impacted for like the rest of the life of the well. We would be negatively impacted for an intermittent period of time.
Just during the drilling and completion phases on those wells?
We'll probably have to unload some of their completion fluid because it will migrate to us, and we anticipate that Petro Hunt might see a little bit in their Three Forks wells. But again, given the fracture barrier with the lower Bakken shale, we don't anticipate really them having very much unloading to do. If they were to develop the middle Bakken in those units, we would probably have to unload more of the fluid. So it might take a little bit longer. We would quote unquote be watered out. But it would come back. We would fully anticipate that it would come back based on the lease line corridor still needing to be drained effectively with this well.
Okay. Looking at your Exhibit 9, you have a width of a lease line corridor recoverable reserves here of 700 feet. Can you go into some detail of how you determine that width?
Yes, so based on the lateral orientation in 5, 6, and 1, we determined that it would be 500 feet from the line that we would, is the lease line from that side. And from the north-south stand-ups for Petro Hunt, the field rules state that the lease line is 200 feet. And so we combined those since they're not, the lateral orientations are being developed in the same manner currently, that we would be only 700 feet worth of drainage if Petro Hunt were to develop their units in the middle Bakken as they're already spaced.
Okay, so you basically took the existing offsets from the spacing units that existed and
That's correct.
included that in the block for
That's
700.
correct. Yeah, I was trying to be conservative. If it were to be respaced as I depicted in Exhibit 8, the lease line corridor would move to 500 feet on the south of that line and 500 feet on the north of that line based on precedents set everywhere else in the Bakken.
The typical lease line corridor established by the commission would include 250 feet on either side of the section line being traversed. Would that be sufficient for the drilling of the well that you're proposing?
Yes, sir.
And then on Exhibit 11, when, I guess it's Exhibit 10 and 11A, when you were comparing these, was the stimulation that was performed on the lease line corridor the same slick water style stimulation that you're proposing to do in this case?
Yes, so the records are a little less detailed, I would say, for the older wells. But in general, the best that we can glean in our analysis is that the 3 older wells, the Drew, the Nathan, and the Trail, were largely gel jobs or higher viscosity fluid, versus the new wells were all lower viscosity fluid or a slick water fracture job.
Okay. And then, I guess, looking at Exhibit 11B, you had indicated that your assessment here was that all the wells had come back to the projection. Looks a little bit like the Drew. The darker blue line is riding underneath the projection. Any comment on that?
Yeah, so that's correct. The well appears to have had some mechanical issue and the production is flat. We have not reached out to Cord to understand if that's the case. The purple well, the Trail well, also had some mechanical issue that they fixed subsequent to the infill development, which it then returned above. So we fully anticipate that if that well were to have the mechanical issue fixed, it's that it would be above the projections.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Attorney Throne, you wanted to recall a witness?
Yes, I recall Mr. Mark Johnson.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, just remind you you're still under oath.
Mark, did you prepare or cause to be prepared and sign the Exhibit 14, the gas gathering affidavit?
I did.
And that's your signature on it?
It is.
No further questions, would ask that Exhibit 14 be admitted into the record.
Any
No
objection?
objection.
Okay. Any questions?
No.
Any questions from staff?
One more question for Brandon, actually, my apologies. The well that you plan to place just north of that indicated, but how far north of the section line do you plan to locate the well?
We're going to get as close to the lease line as we possibly can. We would try to stick at about a 50-foot buffer. If we do actually penetrate that federal tract, then we're going to have some some federal trespassing issues and such like that. So our plan is to be 50 feet, but really as close to the lease line as possible.
Would you plan to drill the majority of the well down the section line and then just move to the north where your traverse?
Yes, that's the plan. Although I should have depicted that a little bit better, but for simplicity's sake, there's a lot going on that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's our current plan.
Thank you.
Okay, Attorney Mann, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. I'll call Jason Stengel, and he should be on the line now. Jason, can you hear us?
Did you hear me?
Now I do.
Mr. Stengel,
Yes,
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Jason, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
I'm Jason Stengel. I'm a reservoir engineer for Petro Hunt LLC. My business address is 2101 Cedar Springs Road, Suite 600, Dallas, Texas 75201.
Jason, have you previously testified before this commission?
I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes,
Okay. And Jason, are you familiar with the proposed spacing unit that we're discussing today?
yes, I am.
Okay. Mr. Examiner, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Stengel be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Jason, the proposed spacing unit we're talking about consists of sections 1, 6, and 5 to the south, and then 36, 31, and 32 to the north. Is Petro Hunt the operator of the stand-up 1280s consisting of 25, 36, 30, 31, and 29, 32 to the north?
Yes,
And those intersect the proposed spacing unit we're discussing today?
it does.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to hear the testimony that was provided by the witnesses for Phoenix?
I did hear their exhibits, yes.
Sure. Okay. And Jason, I believe Mr. Johnson indicated he had some working interest ownership that he presented. Do you have any reason to dispute the accuracy of any of his statements?
I do not.
Okay. So, Jason, I think that indicated that in 30 days, Phoenix would have 32.03%, Petro Hunt would have 35.79%, and then they may have additional support from 2.7%. Petro Hunt would still have the largest working interest in this proposed spacing unit, is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you say the numbers again? I didn't copy those down.
Yep, it was 32.03 with support from an additional 2.7% approximate, and then Petro Hunt at 35.79%.
Sorry, yes, Petro Hunt would still have a larger working interest.
Okay. And Jason, then, as the working interest owner with the largest working interest in the proposed spacing unit, does Petro Hunt support this proposed spacing? and the plan of development?
No, we do not support the proposed lease line wall.
Okay. So before we get into sort of the details on why, can you just generally explain why you're not supportive of the lease line well?
Very briefly, I believe 4 wells is adequate to drain the reserves from the DSU. What would be the amount of a 5th well on the lease line is not necessary to drain the reserves within that lease line corridor, as they will be drained adequately from the DSUs themselves, the unit wells, and therefore that lease line well is wasteful and unnecessary.
And you're aware of the statute 380807 with respect to the establishment of spacing units that indicates that the commission should avoid the drilling of unnecessary wells, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So essentially, that's the basis for your protest of this section line well and spacing unit, correct?
Yes.
Let's move on, I guess, starting with exhibit number 1, and if we can kind of dig down a little bit more into that, and you can explain for us why you believe this is an unnecessary well.
Okay, exhibit number 1 is a map of the region. On that map, you can see Middle Bakken and Three Forks wells. The Middle Bakken are in brown, the Three Forks are in the dashed purple. You can see the section, township, and ranges. We do have generally labeled what DSUs are operated by what operator. The lease line well in question is going to be the black dashed line, kind of north center on the map between 1, 6, and 5 and 36, 31, and 32. Below that, I have 4 DSUs highlighted, 2 to the east and 2 to the west. They are the analogs to this area to describe why I think 4 well spacing is adequate. The 2 DSUs to the west are Crescent Point DSUs. These examples were picked because you have what amounts to a single well compared to a fully developed unit, to give an indication of how wide the drainage area is for that single well. Looking at the 2 western units, like I mentioned, the Crescent Point, the parent well is going to be the well just west of center, and you've got, I think, 3 new infill wells. Those are 2 new. I'm not even sure if they're even producing yet, so they're excluded from the analysis. But the parent well is that one just west of center. That is a modern large frac. The well's functionally acted on its own for the past couple of years. The southern of the 2 Crescent Point units, it's a fully developed unit. You have the parent well, which is Three Forks well, right down the middle. That's actually an older style frac from years ago. Crescent Point then came in and infilled that unit with 4 new unit wells and 2 lease line wells. So in effect, you have 6 net wells in that unit. It's a fully developed unit, and to compare to that solo well to the north. To the east, you have 2 Kraken units. It's a similar situation, although a little more complicated. Again, you have on the northern of the 2 Kraken units, in sections 28 and 33, you have the solo parent well, which would be the Three Forks well. Recently, Kraken has come in and infilled some other wells to the east and to the west, but again, those new wells are too new to change the analysis or be included. To the south, we're not comparing, in sections 4 and 9, we're not comparing a full unit, we're going to compare a half of a DSU. The parent well in that southern Kraken unit is the Middle Bakken well right down the middle. And then just to the west, on the lease line to the parent well, Kraken came in and drilled 5 additional wells. That was an effective spacing test for them, and they have since backed off of that spacing. But again, the ratio of this half a DSU to that solo well to the north will be used to describe why I think 4 well spacing is adequate. Moving on to...
Yeah, go ahead. Let's
go
move
ahead.
on
You have a question?
to exhibit number 2 then, if you can provide, I guess, some more specific detail with that plot exhibit on the 310 spacing unit.
Yes. So exhibit number, so 2 and 3 are going to be describing the Crescent Point example, and then 4 and 5 will describe the Kraken example. They're all rate cume plots. Rate cume plots are a good way to visualize and compare two different units or wells or whatever you'd like to compare. With that said, this first exhibit 2 is comparing the north and the south Crescent Point units. The blue line is the southern of the 2 Crescent Point units. That's the fully developed unit, all 6 wells. The orange line is the northern of the 2 units. That is what effectively is the solo well in that unit. I calculated the reserves for both of those units, and the southern DSU that's fully developed came back to 1.721 million barrels of reserves, spread over 6 wells. And then the Crescent Point Charlotte, the solo well, projected out to 445,000 barrels of reserves. What you can see is the single well is draining 26% of the fully developed unit. And that indicates that you do have effectively 4 well spacing with these modern fracs in this part of the basin. With that said, we'll move on to Exhibit 3. Exhibit 3 is a rate cume plot, but of all the individual wells, as well as a norm curve. So the orange line is, again, the solo well. The light-colored lines are the parent well plus the 5 new wells that were drilled. The black line is the norm curve of the 5 new wells that were drilled. I didn't want the parent well to kind of drag it down. As you would suspect, if the wells are competing for the same reserves, they would have a lower per well reserve estimate and, production profile. And as you can see on this plot, that the 5 new modern wells in that Crescent Point unit underperform the solo parent well, because the spacing in reality is wider than 6 wells, and they are competing for similar reserves and thus, have lower per well estimates. So the average reserves of the 5 new wells is 315,000 barrels. The projected reserves of that solo Charlotte well is 445,000 barrels. And you can see that, the single well can drain a large area wider than 6 well spacing and has, 40% higher reserves. Moving on to my Exhibit 3, this is shifting over to the Kraken example. Again, Kraken, we've got the, solo acting well to the north. And in this particular case, we're looking at the west half of the DSU to the south. Kraken, again, the rate cume plot, the blue is the west half of that DSU to the south. The orange is the solo well to the north. The west half of that DSU projects to 1.21 million barrels over 6 wells. This solo well to the north projects to 574,000 barrels, so that single well is effectively draining 47% of a half of a DSU, which would extrapolate again to 4 well spacing, would be adequate for this part of the basin. Moving on to my Exhibit 5, as you would suspect, when you look at the per well performance, the very dense wells, which Kraken has since backed off on, the IP, their IPs appear normal, but their per well performance gets crushed once they start communicating with each other. Again, the orange is the solo wells to the north. The light-colored wells are the dense wells to the south. You can see the parent well is straggling. I excluded that, but I created a norm curve of the 5 new wells just to show what their average looks like. You can see there is one well that does better than the cluster, That's the lease line well on that particular unit, and that lease line well has more space, and therefore that well can drain more oil, because these wells in reality can drain a fourth of the DSU. As you would suspect, the average reserves with 5 new wells is 194,000 barrels. The Solo well is 574,000 barrels, and the Solo well, is draining effectively 3 times as much area as these dense wells, and has 200% higher reserves. Those are my exhibits as to why I believe 4 well spacing is appropriate in this area. I think the 4 wells that Kraken proposes will adequately drain the DSU. If they so desire to drill a 5th well, which they may one day within that unit, that will still be more than enough to drain the reserves within the DSU without the need of a lease line well. 4 and 5 well spacing is wide enough spacing that the well spacing is wider than the lease line corridor. You do not need a lease line well if you're on 4 or 5 well spacing. It's just not necessary. It could be appropriately drained from within the unit itself. It's not until you get to 6 well spacing where the interwell spacing is tighter than that of the lease line corridor, and lease line wells become necessary. But that's more of a, mathematical talking point. From a reserves basis, 4 wells is more than enough to drain the barrels. And with that said, I think the lease line well is both wasteful and unnecessary.
Thank you, Jason. Mr. Examiner, I don't have any further questions. I'd offer the exhibits.
Attorney Thorne, any objection to the exhibits?
No objections, no.
The exhibits will be received. Attorney Thorne, any questions for the witness?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do. Mr. Stagel, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
In the proposed spacing unit that Phoenix is advocating today, and in your spacing units, are there any current Bakken producer wells?
Do you mean Bakken pool or middle Bakken?
Middle Bakken wells, excuse me.
There are no middle Bakken wells
Okay.
within the DSU.
Okay, let's turn first to your exhibit 2. Are you there?
Yes.
And just to go over what you did, you are calculating the total EUR from the one well and then putting that over the total recoverable to come up with your 26%?
Yes. I projected out every well within the DSUs. I summed up their reserves, and that's how I got the reserve numbers. The modern wells, which would be the Solo well and then the 5 new wells in that DSU, are all modern frac, large proppant and fluid volume completions, and especially when you start hitting 5, 6, 7 wells in a DSU, you're going to drain everything in it. So, yes, I compared that one well to the entirety of the other DSU to come up with my spacing estimate.
Okay. When you calculated that EUR for the single well, what initial reservoir pressure did you use?
I used decline curve analysis. I did not incorporate reservoir pressures.
What porosity did you use, if any?
I did not.
Water saturation?
Nope.
gross thickness of the pay zone?
Nope.
So you didn't use any of the factors that Phoenix used in calculating their ultimate reserves for the well, did you?
I used the decline curve analysis to come up with my reserve estimates.
But you didn't do any reservoir analysis to come up with your estimates. Am I correct?
I did not do a reservoir simulator or oil in place calculation to do that. I used actual production data.
Okay. Moving on to exhibit, let's stay on exhibit 2. Can you tell me if the scale at the bottom of exhibit 2 is linear or logarithmic?
The x-axis is linear.
And isn't it true to get a correct analysis of your decline curve, you should use logarithmic scales on both axes?
The scales don't really matter. I used ARP's equation, decline curve analysis to come up with my reserve estimate. The scales just visualize it easier.
But wouldn't it skew the visual?
Rate Cume plots are pretty commonly semi-log, with the log on the y and the linear on the x.
Okay, moving on to exhibit 3. Are you on exhibit 3 with me?
Yes.
I noticed that between 200,000 and 250,000 barrels, the line for the Charlotte well tends to flatten out, doesn't it?
Just a little bit. That is an observation, yes.
So what gives you the reasoning to draw the arrow to the right so much more steeply downward?
Generally, when I'm doing decline curve analysis, I follow a longer-term trend. I don't let maybe a few months change that deviation. But the arrows are just kind of a visual simplification of where the data ends and where my reserve estimate is.
But the production is flattening, yet you immediately take the speculative arrow stronger south, don't you? Declining more.
I'm following the general trend, but if you're suggesting the Charlotte well is better than what it is, that means it's draining a larger area.
Okay, let's move on to exhibit 4. On these wells, do you know what kind of frac treatment was used on them?
I don't have the exact numbers, but these are fairly modern, large completions.
Do you know for a fact they were slickwater fracs? Or do you know for a fact they weren't?
I would presume they're slickwater fracs since they're, modern completions, but I guess I did not read the completion report that closely.
So you don't know the completion method?
Not off the top of my head. I can find that out for you.
have no further questions.
Attorney Mann, any redirect?
No, Mr. Examiner.
Any questions from the staff?
Looking at your exhibit one, in your comparison areas, the western Crescent Point comparison, can you give me an idea what the interwell distance between the, wells on that spacing unit are?
Are you talking about the
The infill,
southern one that's fully developed?
yes.
Gosh. Let's see. I hate doing math on the spot. I'm sorry.
I feel
But they
like,
got 5 unit wells.
maybe I'll do it like this. If you want, if you could submit a supplemental exhibit that would include, what the interwell distance ends up being on the Crescent Point fully infilled development, what the interwell distance ends up being on that half spacing unit that you evaluated for Kraken, what the interwell distance, being proposed, I guess, in this case, by Phoenix would be, and what your recommended, idealized interwell distance in the area would be.
Yes, I could follow up with that. I can answer my idealized interwell distance. It would be 4 well spacing, 1320 feet in between the wells. I think I did the math right. I can answer your Crescent Point question. 6 net wells, so it'd be roughly 880 between the wells. And then the Kraken one, I need to sit down and think about that one for a second.
I'm fine with the supplemental if you want to provide it, so.
Okay, I will follow up with that.
And then in your comparisons, when you're looking at effectively the single well example, how long were the single wells online? So I guess in Crescent Points, the single well, the Charlotte Elizabeth well, how long was that online?
I don't have the exact dates in front of me. I do know it's at least a couple of years. And those newer wells within the unit, I'm not even sure if they've even started producing yet officially. So they're very, very, very new.
Okay.
But it's I don't have the exact number in front of me. I can follow up with that.
Okay, let me ask a couple more questions, and I might want to supplement, I guess, but, so maybe a couple years on the single well, how long, the fully developed spacing unit that you're comparing it to, how long is that full development online?
It's a similar answer. It's been at least 1 or 2 years. I don't have the exact number in front of me. I have everything in volumes, not time,
Right,
which is why I can't tell you off the top of my head.
which is why I'm asking the question, I just was trying to get the direct comparison, so, but roughly you're indicating that the single well was online for about the same amount of time as the full development, and you're comparing something that's on the order of maybe 2 years of production from each example?
Roughly, and I can follow up with that.
Okay, maybe I will ask for a supplemental then, just give us indication of the time that is evaluated for the single well and the fully developed set of wells. And I guess do that for both of the comparisons that you provided, the Crescent Point example and the Kraken example.
Will do.
Okay, thank you.
Jason, on your ideal interwell distance being 1,320 feet, if that federal tract is never leased, or the litigation is not settled within a reasonable time frame, will there be oil in the north half of 1, 6, and 5 that the lease line well will recover?
I can't answer that off the top of my head. I'm not totally sure how wide that federal tract is.
I think it was described as the north half of the northwest.
Okay. Well, I will say, when we come in and develop our DSUs at some point in the future, they're going to be north-south. And I believe the take point for the first take point is 150 feet off the line. And I believe when we develop our DSU, we will adequately drain the reserves, up to the section line. And in fact, looking back at some of that old hearing testimony, it will indeed, in fact, drain a little beyond the section line. But I can't, if the north half of the northwest divided by 4. So is it 1320 feet wide? So if they lined up a well, I guess I need to do the pen and paper on the math, sorry.
Your math is correct. It'd be 1,320 feet wide.
Okay, well, our development will adequately drain down to the lease line. Their development, if they would probably require an extra well, but that can be accomplished within their unit whenever the DSU gets leased. But I still don't think they need the 5th well. I think they can drain it with the 4. And in fact, our development, we're going to use 3. Because as you go further north, the perm gets better, and 4 would be risking destroying capital, in my opinion. But I could see how that federal lease can finagle their plans a little bit until that gets resolved, and maybe they should wait until the lease gets resolved and develop it on 4 well spacing.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anything else? Attorney Mann, how long would you like to keep the record open to provide those supplements?
Jason, is a week sufficient, or do you think you might need longer for those 2 supplemental exhibits?
So, the week is fine, thank you.
So the 30th?
30th? The record will remain open in this case until August 30th. Attorney Thorne, did you have something?
Yes, I have a rebuttal witness.
Oh, okay. You may proceed.
I'd like to call Mr. Brandon Allen again.
Okay, Mr. Allen, you're just reminded you're still under oath.
Mr. Allen, did you hear the testimony just recently presented on calculating the estimated ultimate recovery for each wells as well as the total oil in place?
Yes, I did.
And would you please compare the methodology used by Phoenix with that explained by Mr. Stagel?
Yes, so we use a combination of geologic parameters in order to calculate the original oil in place, as well as decline curve analysis and completion technique analysis to understand what the actual estimated recoverable oil will be in a unit.
And how does that compare, in your opinion, with that discussed by Mr. Stagel?
Yeah, so based on his estimate of 445 MBO as 26% of the recoverable oil in a unit, that puts Petro Hunt's estimated recoverable based on decline curve analysis only at 1.7 million stock tank barrels. Based on our reservoir properties, we estimate 8 million stock tank barrels per section. Recoverable would be 3.6 million stock tank barrels in the 1920 unit, which is approximately 2 times as much as he testified to the recoverable.
Okay, one last discussion. Do you have Exhibit 5 available to you by chance?
I do now. Thank you.
And are you personally familiar with those wells and their performance, the average 5 new wells?
I am.
And do you have issue with the statement that average recoverable is 194 million barrels of oil?
I do. I would say just from a very high level, if an oil and gas company is drilling 194,000 barrel wells, 3-mile laterals at approximately $10 million apiece, they will no longer be a business. Decline curve analysis is limited in some regards. And so you have to do the geologic work in order to really understand and inform your decline curve analysis. I would state that in general, Kraken believes that this area is approximately 500 to 700 MBO on their ultimate recoveries for these wells. I would very much disagree just from an economic standpoint that the average of their 5 new wells are 200 MBO ultimate recovery. Average wells very near this unit for Kraken have cumulative production north of 200,000 barrels in the first year. So I disagree with the assessment that they are at 195,000 barrels ultimate recovery.
I have no further questions for Mr. Allen.
Attorney Manany Cross,
No, Mr. Examiner.
any questions from the staff? Well, if there's nothing else, that concludes our hearing for case number 30265. It's probably a good time to take a 10-minute break, come back at 10:25. Okay, we're back on the record. Case number 30266, application of Petro Hunt LLC for an order allowing the Hartman 144-97-5A-8-1H well with a portion of the heel of the lateral not isolated by 7-inch casing and cement and located closer than 200 feet to the northern boundary of the spacing unit consisting of sections 5 and 8, Township 144 North, Range 97 West, Dunn County, North Dakota, to be drilled and completed and produced as an exception to the applicable field rules, permit conditions, or other well location restrictions. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Petro Hunt LLC. I have two witnesses in this case. Mr. Mike Dewald is present in the hearing room, and Mr. Laramie Poldrack is on the telephone.
Mr. DeWall, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Mike, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Mike Dewald, I'm a landman with Petro Hunt, P.O. Box 935, Bismarck, North Dakota 58502.
And Mike, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the, I guess, the land matters associated with the hearing today?
I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Dewald be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Mike, let's take a look at your exhibit number 1. I guess first, can you identify the spacing unit that we're talking about for the proposed, or I guess for the Hartman well that you're going to be doing that recompletion operation?
Yep, so on Exhibit 1, the Hartman unit is depicted, outlined, in yellow, sections 5 and 8 of 144-97, and the Hartman 1H well is depicted with that line through section 5 and 8.
Okay. And Mike, it's your, this is, you understand this is an exception location case relating to some issues at the heel of that Hartman well, is that correct?
That is correct.
So, and is it also your understanding that there are certain specific notice requirements in the commission's rules with respect to providing notice to the owners in affected units? Is
Yes.
that correct? Okay. Through your counsel, did Petro Hunt provide notice to the owners in the 26 and 35 spacing unit, and those owners being any working interest owners, unleased mineral owners, and any of Petro Hunt's lessors?
Yes, we did.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Dewald. I'd offer exhibit number 1.
The exhibit will be received. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Polderak.
I think, Laramie, you got that, right? Can you hear?
I can hear. Can you hear me clearly?
Yep, now we can.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Laramie, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Laramie Poldrack. I'm a drilling engineer for Petro Hunt, and the address would be 2101 Cedar Springs Road, Suite 600, Dallas, Texas 75201.
And Laramie, have you testified before this commission?
I have not.
Can we have you briefly give us your educational background and relevant work experience?
Sure. I finished college in 2016 with a petroleum engineering degree and an MBA. Up until last year when I was hired by Petro Hunt, I worked for Halliburton Basic Energy Services, Enduro Resources, and Wild Well Control in various basins around the world. And I started last year with Petro Hunt as a drilling engineer.
Okay. And Laramie, are you familiar with the Hartman 144-97-5A-8-1H well?
I am.
And are you familiar with and involved in the operation to drill a new lateral off of that well?
I'm involved in the redrill, correct.
Okay. I would move the testimony of Mr. Poldrack be received as that of an expert in this case.
Motion granted.
And Laramie, before we get started with the exhibits, might be helpful just kind of give an overview of what the redrill operation, what we're doing with that Hartman well.
Sure. So the high-level goal is that it is our understanding that there are material remaining reserves untapped by the original completion design on the original well. There's a lot of options to be able to go and recomplete a well in order to mitigate a lot of risk and eliminate waste. Is our opinion that the best option would be to simply just open hole sidetrack out of the casing and redrill the lateral. That would prevent the least amount of waste and mitigate the most amount of risk. So that's the high level goal of doing a redrill and frac operation versus any sort of recompletion in the existing wellbore.
Sure. And then let's move on. Maybe I guess a bit of history and kind of why we're here with this exception location case. When the original Hartman well was drilled, was there an issue where the 7-inch casing was essentially cut short of the setback at the time? Can you maybe explain that to us and kind of demonstrate on exhibit number 2?
Sure. So exhibit number 2 is kind of just the high-level directional plot. It might be easier to look at exhibit 3 if you want to talk about the...
Yeah, let's do that then,
That works for
if
you.
that's a better kind of depiction of showing what we're looking at.
Yes, sir. So to, a disclaimer, I'm fairly new to the company. Nobody that was directly involved with the drilling operation on site is even here anymore. So what I'm testifying to today is what we have in our historical data, to the best of our knowledge. And that's what we have depicted in the as-drilled schematic in Exhibit 3 is the casing points that are posted and approved in the completion report, with the 7-inch casing being at 11,216 feet, which by our footage calls from the well planner would be 67 feet from north line, which it should be 200 feet from north line as far as permits go at the time, 200 feet from the north line. As far as why it was set there, we did, extensive research through our historical data. There were a lot of mentions of tool failures and downhole tool issues, as well as losses while trying to run this casing. And that depth that occurred actually happened in the curve at 68 degrees. So there are indications that there were issues trying to get this casing run and this whole section drilled, but there were no clear indications of why this casing was set at the exact depth it was set at.
Okay. And Laramie, now with this redrill, you're aware with the field orders for the horizontal Bakken wells that at the heel you have to have proper isolation, but with cement to the setback. Can you maybe go on to exhibit number 4 and explain to us how you're going to have the well properly isolated when you do the redrill?
Yes, sir. So one of the initial steps we'll do during the workover procedure is to set a cast iron bridge plug and test that plug in the existing wellbore to isolate that wellbore. And then as we pull the existing portion of the liner and redrill this lateral to the west, it will offer us the ability to run a 4.5 liner and cement back up into previous casing, much like we do our wells today. And this would offer the portion that is previously not isolated by cement to now be isolated by cement and protect relative rights.
Okay. Mr. Examiner, that's all the questions I have for Mr. Polderak. I'd offer exhibits 2 through 4.
The exhibits will be received. Any questions from the staff?
Laramie, I just want to point out that plug back procedure would be something that the commission would have to approve and have a sundry on file with that approval.
Correct. It'll be, it may have already been as far as part of the new re-drill permitting process.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not sure if y'all seen it yet or not.
Laramie, the original well was completed in July of 2012, is that right?
Looking at the completion report now, I don't have that date on the top of my head. Would most likely be the end of 2011. No. I don't have that date on the top of my head.
And to your knowledge, the original completion was not granted an exception location?
To my knowledge and research through the records, there was not any indication of an exception to the location. The date of well completion on the report shows 7/16 of 2012.
On your exhibit 4, approximately what depth are you going to set the bridge plug at?
That will be estimated at 11,445 feet measured depth, so it'll be north of that first sleeve. Or to the left on the diagram.
And your plan is to cut and pull that liner then?
Correct.
So the issue here is not with the new well, it's with the open hole you're going to leave behind?
As far as the issue that the state is bringing up,
Well, the reason for your exception location, I assume, is because of that hole you're going to leave behind?
the exception would be that the 7 inches in a different spot and unisolated by cement as the current well sits in between the 7-inch and the original setback. And then our proposed solution would be to, as we re-drill the lateral to minimize waste on the production side, offer the opportunity to isolate that portion with cement.
So when you pull that liner, are you going to set cement above that bridge plug, so to speak?
No. That will be filled, the new lateral will be isolated with cement, and then we will not perforate. As we come in with our completions, we will honor the setback line of 150 feet from the north line with our completion program.
When you pull that liner, could you set cement in that open hole across the setback boundary?
Generally speaking, a horizontal cement plug is difficult to do and achieve full circumferential isolation. It is not our current plan to try and pump cement in that portion of the lateral. That generally just falls to the low side.
So Wade, are you requesting an exception location for both laterals, so to speak?
Well, I guess the new one, like you said, I agree, doesn't probably require it, but to the extent that, you know, it's necessary to allow them to be able to do the redrill and then operate that well as they proposed, I guess, you know, if necessary, we would, that's what the exception location would be.
Should that exception location apply to the existing well as it sits today?
I mean, I don't know if that's well producing, is that well producing now? I mean, I don't.
Well, it produced 167,000 barrels of oil.
Well, it did. I mean, to the extent that, you know, it could be like a retroactive application of the exception location, then yeah.
Well, we'll take that under advisement and see if that's what we end up doing.
Okay.
We have granted exception location for wells that have been on production before, so it is, they're generally not time dependent, they're dependent on the physical layout of the wellbore, and that well as it is completed can be produced as an exception.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Laramie, with respect to some of the questions that Mark asked as far as isolating that interval above the liner you would tend to pull, have you considered running in with something like an open hole packer and leaving it in place?
We have not. I mean, we're really only pulling a couple hundred feet, so anything that would go in there in addition to or north of that cut is really not offering us a lot of space to go in and try to successfully open hole sidetrack. So we at some point we need enough open hole to get sidetracked.
How much wellbore do you anticipate being? I probably need something in a supplemental depiction here, but how much of the original lateral do you anticipate being left after you're sidetracked off of it across the hard line? So on the wrong side of the hard line, how much wellbore would be left on that original log or original wellbore?
Okay, we can get you a rough number.
Yeah. If that's what it'll take, I think it might be best to give us a kind of, maybe a zoom in type of exhibit on what your plans are, with some,
Sure.
like even zoomed in further over the image on Exhibit A in the upper right-hand side, with some footage calls and the hard line identified and how much wellbore would be, you know, left over and across that line. Yeah, if you could provide that, I think it might help.
Okay.
Yeah, Laramie, another question, looking at Exhibit 3 and 4, I guess, when you pull the liner, and if you sidetrack, so we're looking at, because the current setback's 150 feet, right?
The setback under the original permit would have been 200, and then the new setback as we drill the new lateral would be 150.
So you're talking about an area between 67 and 150 feet, so you're talking roughly 90 feet.
Correct.
So along Rich's lines, if you could depict where you plan to be sidetracked out of that existing lateral, which will be something beyond 67 feet, obviously. It could be closer to 150. I don't know what your plans are, but if you could give us a description of where that kickoff is or sidetrack is, and in measured depths, we can calculate the setbacks from the spacing unit boundary then.
Okay. I will say it'll be to best of our knowledge. Open hole sidetracking can vary in the amount of measured depth it takes to get a proper kickoff. So we can definitely do that for a supplemental document.
And as of right now, you're not planning to set a cement plug to try to help with that kickoff?
Right now, we're just planning as our plan A open hole sidetrack
Okay.
with no cement to kick off from.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I guess one more question on the cementing. You do plan to propose, or your proposal would include cementing that new liner in the new wellbore, correct? In the new lateral?
Correct. We would bring cement up into the previous 7-inch casing.
Okay. As you're pumping that cement column across the remainder of the leftover original lateral, would you anticipate some of the cement filling that void as well?
I think you can assume some does. I don't think it can ever be measured or accounted for in excess volumes.
Looking at your exhibit 3, that packer that's in the well between where you plan to cut it and the shoe, anticipating any problems in getting that out? Would you be milling on that, or do you think you'll be able to pull it?
From our discussions with the vendors that actually provide these packers, they have pulled these before, even internally, talking to some of our consultants and employees have pulled them before. So not to say that it won't pose any risk or complications, but we do not expect it to be very difficult.
Okay. Has Petrohunt considered waiting to kick off, pulling a little bit more of that liner and waiting to kick off, and at a point closer to the actual hardline point? If you were to do something like that, your cement would then, effectively, when you cement it in that lateral, would effectively be isolating the critical point on the remaining lateral, and you wouldn't have any open hole from that would continue to exist.
So there's, the more lateral we pull, the more risk of not having a successful operation at all. So that's something we considered for the amount of liner that we intend to pull. Obviously, the main goal for us would be that we have the 150-foot setback cemented. So the portion that is cemented with the new lateral would cover the new setback of the 150 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, about how long do you need the record left open?
Laramie, how long the supplemental exhibits that Mr. Suggs and Mr. Bohr requested, is that something we can produce in a week, or do you need longer?
I think a week is sufficient.
Okay. And then, Mr. Examiner, one other thing, if I could just recall Mr. DeWalt briefly.
That's fine.
Just, Mike, are there some timing concerns that you make the commission aware of?
Yes, we have this redrill on our rig schedule in October, mid-October.
So to the extent possible, you'd request an expedited order?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Any questions, staff? Okay. That concludes our hearing for case number 30266. Case number 30267, application of Marathon Oil Company for an order authorizing treaters to be located closer than 125 feet to process vessels as an exception to the provisions of NDAC Section 43-02-03-28 on well pads operated by Marathon Oil Company. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Marathon Oil Company. I have one witness, Mr. Russell Hollingworth, and he is present in the hearing room.
Okay, Mr. Hollingworth, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Sorry. Russell, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Russell Hollingworth, Marathon Oil, Facilities Engineering and Construction Manager for the Bakken asset. Business address, Marathon Oil, 990 Town and County Boulevard, Houston, Texas, 77024.
And Russell, have you previously testified before this commission?
I have not.
Why don't you briefly give us your educational background and work experience?
I graduated with a master's degree in mechanical engineering with financial management in '98 from the University of Strathclyde in Glasgow, Scotland. Since that time, I was 3 years as a design engineer for downhole drilling equipment. Subsequent to that, for the last 20 plus years, I've been with Marathon Oil. First half of my career spent supporting our assets in the North Sea, on the UK continental shelf, and also the Norwegian sector. And then for the last 10 years or so have been here in the domestic US. Roles I've filled have been ops support engineer, facilities engineer, integrity and reliability supervisor, operations manager, HES manager, and of late, facilities engineering and construction manager for the last 2.5 years.
And Russell, are you familiar with what Marathon references as the LEAF facilities?
I am.
Okay, and are you also familiar with the process vessels, design and safety, both, that we're talking about today?
I am.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Hollingworth be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Mr. Examiner, I think we'll go ahead and go into the exhibits. I might have a couple comments after, but what we're looking for here is relief from Section 43020328. It's a safety regulation that the commission has, and to the extent that the vessels that are located on these LEAF facilities, to the extent that they're interpreted to be like oil tanks, we're going to be seeking relief from that regulation. And I think Mr. Hollingworth will kind of touch on that, and it'll become apparent, but at the end I just might have some comments to kind of tie everything together. But with that, Russell, can we start with your exhibit F1 and just kind of walk us through what a LEAF facility is?
Yeah, certainly. So a LEAF facility, the starting point is very similar to a traditional facility, and when I say a traditional, I mean the back end or the last part of the facility uses atmospheric tanks. When we transition to LEAF, and the acronym for LEAF is Lowest Emitting Automated Facility, our goal here was to reduce emissions to the point where the facility is capable of 100% gas capture, so we would be able to capture all gas that would currently be going to an LP flare. The design change that I would ask you to look at is really in the center of the page where you see those 6 vessels. In the past, those would have been atmospheric tanks, and then heading off to an LP flare. Those atmospheric tanks are now replaced with these pressure vessels. These pressure vessels are designed to 22.5 psi maximum allowable working pressure. The gases that evolve from those vessels travel to VRUs, which are the units to the right-hand side. You'll see 4 of them noted. They compress the gas to push it into sails such that all gas from the facility is recovered, because the balance of gas from the treaters and the 3-phase separators can naturally get into the midstream line under their own motive force. So the main,
Yeah,
carry
go
on.
ahead.
Yeah, so the main difference here is that the leaf vessel itself is designed to ASME 8. ASME 8 defines a pressure vessel as a piece of equipment designed to operate above 15 psig. Anything less than 15 psig falls under code associated with atmospheric tanks. So under ASME 8, that allows the overpressure protection design to be governed by API 521. So we have pressure relief valves rather than thief hatches. That's the second difference between the leaf vessel and an atmospheric. And with these pressure relief valves per API 650, API 500 for area classification, the area classification on the top of this equipment changes from Class 1 Div 1 to Class 1 Div 2. Class 1 Div 1 per API 500 means hydrocarbons can be expected to be present during normal operations, and that is what they define as a thief hatch. When it is a PSV, that area becomes Class 1 Div 2, and the right-hand image on the exhibit just indicates where those PSVs are.
Let's move on then to F2. And if you can kind of describe for us some of the details on these pressure vessels. You kind of alluded to a lot of them already, but if you kind of walk through those. And then with respect to some of Marathon's existing facilities where you've got these leaf vessels on location in the pads, kind of walk us through, their location with respect to treaters.
Sure. So the right-hand side is a couple of image grabs from our 3D models which we produce for all facilities, just to provide you with a visual indication of the distance that we have from treaters to our leaf vessels. The distance that we have applied is always above 50 feet, but we recognize it's below what is in the regulation, the 125. We want to reference a couple of guides that are utilized in the industry, the process industry practices for process unit and offsite layout guide, where they recommend a minimum of 25 feet between pressure vessels containing flammable liquids and fired heaters. The key phrase there is pressure vessel. I refer you back to my earlier comment where these vessels are designed for 22.5 psi, which is above the 15 psi as defined by ASME 8. And then the second guideline is the Center for Chemical Process Safety, where they recommend a minimum distance of 50 feet. The table here shows you the leaf facilities that have been constructed to date, various sizes primarily driven by quantities of equipment that are installed on the sites.
Okay. Let's move on to the next exhibit, F3. And if you can just kind of take us through some of the, I guess, kind of the details or specs with respect to these vessels.
Sure. So the left-hand image is from API 500 for area classification, where we reference, and I've highlighted with red boxes there, the Class 1 Div 1 areas of the thief hatches at the top of the equipment. And then the right-hand image reflects a pressure vessel. And as you can see, all areas around the pressure vessel are Class 1 Div 2. I can't remember if I mentioned it. Class 1 Div 2 means that hydrocarbons would not be expected to be present during normal operations. It would have to be during an upset condition. I would say or point out that on the initial exhibit where we had the overview of the facility, the entire facility is Class 1 Div 2 beyond the buildings, the internals of the buildings, which are Class 1 Div 1 per electrical code.
Okay. And then, Russell, finally, let's move on to F4. Did you have somebody sort of independently review the leaf facilities and the vessels from the standpoint of their safety in location to, like, treaters?
Yes, we had an independent third party conduct an engineering assessment and provide the letter, which is the exhibit with a PE stamp, that talks to the differences between an ASME 8 pressure vessel, the atmospheric tanks, the relevant codes that I've been quoting, and then also it's got the additional references for the guides utilized throughout the industry for site location or site layout. This is it diving down into the weeds with the additional detail. What I've attempted to do here today is kind of distill that down to support the slides.
And Russell, from a safety standpoint, is both your conclusion and the conclusion in the memo that these process vessels can be safely located up to like 50 feet away from a treater?
It is. I would point out that as of today on this site, on existing sites, there are other pressure vessels located closer to a treater. For example, the VRT or the vapor recovery towers. These leaf vessels operate in exactly the same principle as a vapor recovery tower. It's a tall vessel with a liquid level within it, gas evolving off the top. We're able to capture that gas. By utilizing a pressure vessel, if you were to ask, well, why can't you just put a VRU on an atmospheric tank and capture the gas? From a safety perspective, that introduces, I don't know if I would say significant risk, but definitely a risk that Marathon don't wish to take. Because you're operating up to 16 ounces, to try and control to that level, whilst technically feasible, is a challenge. And you run the risk of introducing oxygen to your process system and there also to the flare. And when you do that, you run the risk of burn back events occurring. And we do know that the industry has suffered from those on traditional sites with atmospheric tanks.
And Mr. Examiner, I don't have any further questions at this time, Mr. Hollingworth. I think with respect to the relief that we're looking at, this 43020328, essentially, it's a safety regulation, essentially requires that if you have oil tanks, that they can't be closer to 150, or if you have flame arrestor employed, then 125 feet from an oil tank to a treater. I think Marathon doesn't view these vessels, these pressure vessels, as tanks. But that being said, to the extent that the commissioner, if it can be interpreted, if the vessel could be an oil tank subject to this rule, that's why we've evaluated the safety, gone through lengths to determine that the pressure vessels can safely be located as close as 50 feet, to the treaters. So to the extent that the commission interprets these vessels as oil tanks, the relief that we would be looking for is that we'd be allowed to have these pressure vessels located up to 50 feet from the treater.
Okay.
So,
Comments are duly noted.
and then I would offer the exhibits.
The exhibits will be received. Any questions from the staff?
Wade, along those lines, is Marathon requesting to have the exception to 28 or relief from 28 for all Marathon facilities in the future as well, or only the ones listed on
No,
Exhibit F2?
yeah, Mr. Examiner, or excuse me, Mr. Tabor, I think the request would be, I guess, one, we've identified, I think it's like the 14 where we currently have the facilities, which obviously we would want relief there. But I think we did, I think it was noticed in sort of all counties and fields. So we would also like the ability for future locations, be it through a sundry or whatever the commission deem appropriate, to be able to have those approved without, up to 50 feet without having to come to hearing every single time.
Okay. And then with that question, I guess we'll probably go to Russell on that. Does Marathon anticipate at any point in time that they may want it closer than 50 feet?
At this time, no.
So if the commission deem 50 feet the max distance it could get to a particular piece of equipment, I guess I'll state, treater, flare, so on, you feel that would suffice to what Marathon is trying to do?
With our current design, yes.
Okay. Does Marathon use these types of facilities in any other states currently?
Not in this particular design. Marathon's other assets are utilizing slightly different approaches where they can go to, I beg your pardon, cannot go to HP flare, like in Oklahoma and Oklahoma and Permian. They're using lockdown thief hatches, and if they have a overpressure event, they will trip.
So in those states, or that example you stated in Oklahoma, did they require any special distances or setbacks in those states?
No. In fact, I will provide an example where my peer, the other facilities manager for Oklahoma, Northern Delaware, said, we are about to put our treaters immediately the other side of the atmospheric tanks. And we were like, well, there are those guidelines, so I can't speak for that asset's final decision, but that is the approach that they are taking.
On exhibit, get there again, F1, you also note on which I would kind of consider, I suppose, a standard Marathon layout, but you also note oil coolers, gas coolers. Is there anything else, you know, though using those as well, but is there anything else that Marathon wants to point out to the commission that may be something that we need to look at as far as another ignition source? I mean, what's the closest ignition source in a standard layout in your knowledge?
Well, the equipment there, the coolers are electric driven.
Okay.
We're phasing out gas driven equipment to comply with Quad OB. The only two ignition sources arguable are the pilot light on the flare tip. Pilot lights, there are two, and the heater treater. Now, it's arguable all electrical equipment is an ignition source, but it is all designed for the Class 1 Div 2 areas and associated area classifications within the facility itself. As I mentioned, in the buildings, they're Class 1 Div 1, so all equipment within the buildings is rated for that area classification, and similarly externally.
So the main concern source or the main ignition would still be the standard heater treater, as far as a distance to these vessels.
Yeah, which is why we reference the guidelines, PIP and CCSA, from an industry practice.
And on exhibit F3, it appears you're showing that there are tank vents / pop-offs, however you want to word it, I guess. What pressures are those set at?
On the atmospheric tanks, it's 16 ounces. On the leaf vessels, it's 22.5 PSI.
What situation would you anticipate one of those, pop-offs actually activating?
Pertinent question. What I would say is it would have to be a Swiss cheese event where a number of different factors would have to line up based on how we design our facilities and the layers of protection that we have in place. The layers of protection we have is the initial layer is how the facility is designed to operate with its control system. If that would fail, we have an alarm. If that would fail, we have a high trip. If that would fail, we would then have a facility, we have a trip, and then we have the PS going to flare, and then we have the PSV, which is the final overpressure protection. So you would have a number of different layers have to fail to ultimately get to the point where you would be lifting a PSV.
Okay. And are those, if they were to go up, does that go right to atmosphere, or are they somehow plumbed to go back into
No,
a different line so that that's not open and pluming out onto the site?
Per standard design on pretty much every asset, the pressure relief valves go straight to atmosphere.
Is that something that can be plumbed into, capped some way and plumbed back into a line? Is that a possibility at all?
Technically, it is possible, but I would bring you back to the fact that every other vessel on the facility to this point is Class 1 Div 2, and all PSVs route to atmosphere today.
Okay. Thank you.
Russell, on exhibit F1, the fourth bullet replaced 16 OSIG atmospheric tanks, so that's that's the acronym for 16 ounces.
Correct.
And looking at the lower right on F1, you have your pressure safety valve. So that pressure safety valve is plumbed to the tanks, I assume.
Correct. It's sitting directly on a nozzle off the tank with a manual valve in between to allow for isolation for pressure testing.
So it's literally, if I look at the top figure, it's somewhere in that, amongst those 6 tanks.
There is a PSV for each vessel. It's appropriately, the reason we have one for each vessel and not one for the vessel bank is for the fire case situation.
On exhibit F3, it's kind of a small scale, but on the left-hand side, that's the class 1 Div 2, which is a standard tank.
Class 1 Div 1 is the cross-hatched area. It's difficult to make out, which is why I drew the red box at the top of the vessel to indicate where the thief hatches are. And then the single line hatching is Class 1 Div 2 areas.
Can you submit that in a true PDF format so we can actually see it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And on the figure on the right, this, so just to make sure I'm clear, the figure on the left, that would be is this a process vessel or is this a standard tank
This is an atmospheric tank
on the left?
on the left.
And on the right is a
Pressure
pressure
vessel.
vessel.
Correct. Both of which are figures from API 500.
Do you know what the significance of the 3 meters or 10 feet is? Is that the area that they expect would be, what is the significance of that area?
That is what API have determined. I don't know how they came to that number. If I were to guess, it's to do with dispersion calculations based on potential leakage rates, but that is my assumption versus knowledgeable fact.
And the 2 outlets, pipe outlets, whatever they are at the top, what are those, what is each one of those? Do you know?
On this image, I can certainly say that, you're looking at the right-hand image?
Yes.
Yeah, I could certainly say the left-hand one of the 2 is the pressure relief valve that we've talked about going to atmosphere. And the other one I am unsure of. I don't know if that might be a vent point that would have a manual valve on. In the code, it is unlabeled. I think it's just a visual representation, but there is no way that they would have that as an open-ended pipe.
Yeah. So the pressure safety valve we're looking at on F1
Yes.
and the pressure relief valve depiction on F3,
Same.
they're the same thing?
Same representation, yes. We're indicating a pressure relief valve on the top of the vessel with relief to atmosphere.
And that is, what is that set at?
22.5 psi. Our nominal operating pressure is 1 psi.
So each vessel has a pressure safety valve and a pressure relief valve?
No, one of the same thing.
Okay.
Sorry, but my vocabulary, I grew up learning PSV in the UK. Over here, it tends to be PRV, so that's me. But pressure relief valve, pressure safety valve, same thing, 1 per vessel.
So at the top of these tanks, pressure vessels, there's no way for them to vent? There's no relief valve of any kind on the top of those?
They don't need to. The overpressure protection is provided by the pressure relief valve. API 2000 governs relief for atmospheric vessels. And in API 2000, it talks about how you have to take into account flow of liquid into the vessel, but also ambient temperature changes. Because the vessels are that lower pressure, you have to take those calculations into account because of the very low setting you have for your overpressure protection for your thief hatch. When you move to a pressure vessel per ASME 8, you move away from the API 2000 calculations to API 521. 521 provides a different way to calculate the overpressure protection you require. What is removed are those ambient aspects and rate of liquid flowing in, because you now have a vessel that's been designed for at least 15 psi. And those small, I say small, those relative changes are dwarfed by the fact that you're taking a vessel that's being designed for these higher pressures. So you have this PSV with a greater sealing force to mitigate the risk of emissions. And that is reflected in API 500, because there they classify that top of the process vessel, pressure vessel, to be class 1 div 2, whereas API 500 categorized the top of an atmospheric tank as class 1 div 1, meaning hydrocarbons could be present during normal operation.
When I visited one of these sites, and you just have to help me, my recollection is that on the top of these pressure vessels looked like a vent pipe with a yellow cap on it.
That is the pressure relief valve.
That is pressure relief valve.
Yeah, that's the weather cap to prevent rainwater getting into the backside of the pressure relief valve that could lead to corrosion and therefore early or loss of integrity.
So that pressure relief valve, if that opened, that would vent to atmosphere?
Correct. As do every PSV that's on the facility. PRV.
And that pressure relief valve is set to 22.5?
Correct. And prior to that, we have a trip around 18.5. Prior to that, we have an alarm. And in between that, we have a valve that will open and go to flare. So we have to have the trip not work. We have to have the flare valve not open for us ultimately to get to the point where the pressure relief valve would lift. And that's how every other pressure vessel on the facility is designed. The same for our three-phase separators and our heater treaters. We have our operating pressure. If it gets too high, we have an alarm. If it gets beyond that, we go to flare. If there's a flare restriction, blockage, whatever, something completely unexpected, you then have a trip, and then you have your overpressure protection, which is your PSV, which assumes, you've got blocked path.
So the pressure relief valve is set at 22.5, and the pressure safety valve is set to 22.5?
Pressure relief, pressure safety, same valve. That mechanical valve that's in the photograph is the pressure relief valve, it's the pressure safety valve. There is a flare valve, which is an actuated valve, which is more like a throttle. That is dedicated to go to the flare line in the event of our pressure going above our normal operating, but before it gets to the PSV. The intent there is, hey, you need to go to flare to get rid of the pressure before lifting the PSV, because we know you're using the flare then as a safety device as well as an environmental control device.
Okay, I hate to keep going on this, but I'm a little confused. So the pressure relief valve we're looking at on F3,
Yep,
that exists on the tanks that I saw?
correct. That is in the right-hand image,
Yep.
what you will have seen is the right in the middle of the image is the pressure relief valve, where I've labeled PSV. PSV, I should have written PRV. And then the light red pinky line that comes out and goes vertically, the end of that line, that is what you would have seen a yellow weather cap on.
Then in the lower right on F1, that valve obviously is not on top of the tank, correct?
The pressure relief valve?
On the on F1, the lower right, you got PSV.
Yep.
That valve is obviously not on top of the tank.
You have the nozzle of the tank, you know, welded to the head. We then have a manual valve to allow us to isolate, and then we have the PSV, and then we have the vent to atmosphere off the PRV. So each pressure relief valve is only there to protect each pressure vessel. There is one for each vessel.
I understand it, but and when I look at the lower right on F1, it looks like this PSV valve is somewhere close to the ground.
Oh, that's probably the that platform that you see that is around, that is on top of the vessel. So when you go to the
Okay,
main image.
That makes a lot more sense now.
Right, okay. My apologies, because I grabbed this from our 3D model and just took a screenshot. It's a much easier if you'd been me 1 second before and seen how the image moved. But yes, if you were to, I don't know when you visited, if you had the opportunity, if you were to able to go up the ladder, up the stairs, to the walkway that goes along the top of the vessels, there is a platform on the top of every vessel.
Okay.
We added the platform for safety because of the domed head.
That makes a lot more sense.
Right, and that's how we allow our technicians easy and safe access to be able to do our pressure vessel testing, our anode checks, check instruments, etc.
Okay, thank you.
One more follow-up on that. Does Marathon plan to service and/or do testing on those valves at any,
Pressure relief valves?
at
Yes.
any set period, so that just for, you know,
Just
obviously for.
per industry standard, that testing doesn't fall under my department. If I were to try and pull something from the back of my brain, it's something like every 5 years.
Thank you.
I think it would be pertinent too to, and I didn't read all of Halker's Engineering's letter, but to get a list, get a supplement with a list of all the safety devices you have on the LEAF facility. I think that would be pertinent for us to review. Just another quick question
Sorry,
to,
just to clarify, when you say safety devices, are you asking for pressure relief valves and which pieces of
well,
equipment they're on?
kind of like
or-
got your high-level alarms and stuff like
So
that, your alarms.
Our
and-
cause and effects?
Yep. Yep, and then, I was also gonna ask too, as far as the vessels themselves, what does Marathon operate those at, as far as for pressure?
Our nominal operating is 1 PSI.
One-
That is what we set our VRUs at, and touch wood, to date, we have been very successful at being able to maintain that. Part of the reason that we went for a higher rated vessel was if a VRU trips, it provides, to our earlier conversation about API 2000 and how you size vessels for relief capacity, if you're operating at 1 PSI, it can take quite a while for the vessel to get to the point at which we would have a trip on high pressure. It provides our operators the opportunity to try and restart the VRUs before we experience a trip of the facility.
And that 1 PSI pressure is just maintained based off of the
Speed of the VRUs.
the speed of VRUs, and then everything's, it's just based off of the breakout of the gas from the oil in the tanks.
Yeah, a combination of how much gas breaks out based off your pressure of your prior separation and temperature, so of the treaters.
Yeah, and I guess to comment further back on the different types of devices or safety measures you have in place, goes kind of also looking at as far as, you know, monitoring as far as for your lower explosive limits and your upper explosive limits around the treaters? Do you guys have stuff like that set up and to monitor that? or-
Fire and gas detection does not, that does not exist on resource play facilities.
Okay.
It's all governed by area classification.
And then does Marathon have any leak detection programs for the leaf facility? And how often does Marathon?
We have our ongoing compliance detection per Quad OA requirements. These assets fall under Quad OA. The actual details of those, I would need time to go and obtain them from the department responsible. That doesn't fall under my group.
Okay, yeah, I think that would be helpful to have two included in that supplement. That'd be great.
Russ, there's been several guidances or documents referred to. I'll just cover a couple of them. On F2, there's what, API 2000, API 521, API 1500, Process Industry Practices, Center for Chemical Process Safety Guidelines. Are copies of those available for you to share?
We can obtain copies. You may, depends if you want the whole document, they're not small.
That was gonna be my next question, is it gonna be so voluminous that we would never be able to find it in there anyway?
I guess what I would suggest is what you have is the exhibit from the PE that references those documents, where he's basically laying out the process that's been followed or how we believe what we are proposing is acceptable based off the relevant code. If someone wishes to go and check those codes and the references the PE is making, by all means, we can obtain those documents, but yeah, there's a fair amount of trawling that would subsequently be necessary.
Are you familiar enough with those documents where you could pull pages or excerpts that are relevant?
I would say I am not, but I have a man. So we could, I can certainly go back to the PE to request pages, similar to how he has with API 500, that was provided by him. I'm not sure if we'll probably need to do a supplementary to get that one in. Sorry, I received an updated document from Hawker prior to here, where they have what you are requesting, which is those images in a larger size. I don't think we were able to get.
We've got that included as.
Oh, we do? Okay.
Mark, the page 3 of that Hawker memo has that same image of F3, just a little bit larger.
Yep. Yes, I can certainly ask the PE to provide the supporting references.
And we don't need the whole thing, just the relevant pages.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Russell, I just want to add to that, I guess, to what Mark's requesting there, but if there is copyright requirements on some of those standards, I know API is pretty stringent on who gets what if you didn't buy the particular standard. Would you be able to identify the standard and then give us summaries kind of as he did, but from the Marathon's point? I think that would also help us with how Mark was asking that.
Sure. Yeah, I'll check with legal to see
Okay.
if we're able to just copy paste relevant bits.
Perfect, thank you.
Wade, how long do you want to keep the record open?
I don't know, Russell, some of that might take some time. How long do you think, like, especially getting those provisions and the hoops you'll have to go through there, how long do you think you'll need?
I would be speaking for the individual that would be doing the work. I don't know how things work here, if you're able to extend a date if we miss it, but if
We
you-
could request that. I mean, just to give yourself sufficient, like 3 weeks, is it,
3 weeks should be plenty, I would hope.
maybe 3 weeks?
So it's about I know the 5th is the day after the holiday, so the 11th would be the Monday. 13th is 3 weeks from today? Want to do
September
13th?
13th,
Yeah.
sure.
The record will be kept open until September 13th. Okay, if there's nothing else, that concludes our hearing on case number 30267. Case number 30268, application of Marathon Oil Company for an order amending the applicable orders for the Kildare and/or Murphy Creek Bakken pools to establish an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 13, 14, 23, and 24, Township 145 North, Range 95 West, Dunn County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 30268. Case number 30269. Application of Grayson Mill Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Syverston and/or South Tobacco Garden Bakken pools to establish 2 overlapping 2560 acre spacing units described as sections 13, 14, 23, and 24, and sections 14, 15, 22, and 23, Township 150 North, Range 99 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on each such unit. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Grayson Mill Operating LLC. And, Mr. Examiner, I'll have 3 witnesses appearing telephonically in this case: Amy Becker, Catherine Henry, and Nikki Nichols. And those same 3 will testify in the following case. And then in the last case, we will just have a different landman, and that'll be Caitlin Kramer. And I will try to call them now.
I read pretty slow, too.
Wade Mann?
No, that's different witnesses in one of them.
Same thing. Let me have.
You said Ms. Becker is your first witness?
Yep, Amy Becker.
Ms. Becker,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Amy, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Amy Becker, Senior Landman for Grayson Mill Energy, and our address is 840 West Sam Houston Parkway North, Suite 300, Houston, Texas 77024.
And Amy, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with the proposed spacing units today?
I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Ms. Becker be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Amy, let's start with your Exhibit L1. Can you just identify the area we're talking about?
Yes, Exhibit L1 is just a bird's eye view of a proposed 2560 acre spacing unit. There will be two of them, one comprised of sections 13, 14, 23, and 24, Township 150 North, Range 99 West, and the second comprised of sections 14, 15, 22, and 23, also in Township 150 North, Range 99 West.
Okay. And let's move on to L2.
L2 is a closer look at the existing 1280 acre spacing unit. One being the SCAR in sections 15 and 22, our stall sections 14 and 23, and Scott sections 13 and 24.
Okay, and then let's move on to L3, the working interest in the underlying units.
Yes, Exhibit L3 is the existing 1280 acre spacing unit, which we call the SCAR, comprised of sections 15 and 22, 150 North, 99 West, and Grayson Mills' working interest is approximately 92%.
Okay, then moving on to L4.
L4 is an existing 1280 acre spacing unit, which we call the stall, comprised of sections 14 and 23, 150 North, 99 West, and Grayson Mill has a working interest of 57%.
And then the other 1280, L5.
Yes. The last existing 1280 acre spacing unit, which we call the Scott, comprised of sections 13 and 24, 150 North, 99 West, and Grayson Mill has a working interest of 69%.
Okay, and then moving on to L6, the proposed working interest in that first 2560.
Yes, the first 2560 we're proposing comprised of sections 14, 15, 22, and 23. Grayson Mill would have a working interest of 75%.
Okay, and finally L7, the working interest in the other proposed 2560.
Yes, this 2560 we're proposing is called the Spot W, comprised of sections 13, 14, 23, and 24. And Grayson Mill would have a working interest of 63%.
Okay, I have no further questions for Ms. Becker. I'd offer the land exhibits.
The exhibits will be received. Any questions from the staff? Okay, Ms. Henry,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Catherine, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, Catherine Henry. I'm a geologist at Grayson Mill Energy. Our address is 840 West Sam Houston Parkway North, Suite 300, Houston, Texas 77024.
And Catherine, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Ms. Henry be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Catherine, let's start with your Exhibit G1, if you can take us through the structure map.
Yes, this is a map of the Upper Bakken Shale structure with 25-foot contours.
I've also highlighted our type log, the Felon John 1 in yellow.
Okay. And then let's move on to G2, if you can describe your type log for us.
Yes, this is the type log reference on the previous map. It shows our middle Bakken interval. It has a 40-foot thickness, and the wells in question are targeting the middle Bakken reservoir.
Okay, I have no further questions for Ms. Henry. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits will be received. Any questions from the staff? Okay, Ms. Nichols.
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Nikki, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Nikki Nichols. I am a reservoir engineer for Grayson Mill Energy. Our business address is 840 West Sam Houston Parkway North, Suite 300, Houston, Texas 77024.
And Nikki, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
Okay, and are you familiar with the engineering-related matters associated with these spacing units?
Yes.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Ms. Nichols be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Nikki, let's start with E1. If you can just walk us through what your proposed plan of development would look like for these two 2560s.
Sure. So these two 2560s, you can see existing Middle Bakken wells that are in the blue solid lines, and then an existing Three Forks well in the orange solid lines. The dash blue lines are proposed Middle Bakken wells. The one in question here, the Stahl XW and the Scott XW, are on their respective section lines between two existing Three Forks. Between two existing Middle Bakken wells for each of the new proposed Middle Bakken.
Sure. And let's move on to E2. If you could just briefly describe for us how you would drill and complete the proposed wells.
Sure. These wells are planned to be 10,000-foot laterals. We're anticipating 3-string casing designs, about 60 plug and perf stage completions.
Okay. And then moving on to E3, if you can summarize the reservoir data for us.
We are targeting the Middle Bakken Reservoir at a true vertical depth of around 11,000 feet. We have a net pay of Middle Bakken around 40 feet, porosity 7%, and the water saturation around 25%.
Okay. And then moving on to E4, can you take us through what the economics look like for the proposed well?
So these well economics are for the Stahl XW well that we are proposing. Again, Middle Bakken Reservoir, we're expecting an initial rate around 1,800 barrels of oil per day with an EUR of 510,000 barrels of oil. EUR gas at about 1.2 BCF and a combined EUR of 803 MBOE. And then the second table is single well gross economics at $70 oil price and $3.25 gas. Our gross capex for this well is $8.8 million, which yields PV10 of $3.4 million and an internal rate of return of 42%.
Okay. And Nikki, in your opinion, if the spacing's approved to allow for these section line wells, is that going to prevent waste and protect relative rights?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions for Ms. Nichols. I'd offer the engineering exhibits as well as the gas capture plan affidavit.
The exhibits in the affidavit will be received. Any questions from the staff?
Wade, did you go through Exhibit E5?
Yeah, she did. It's the economics for the other. She did touch on it.
Okay.
It's the economics for the other proposed 2560.
Yes, that's right. They're very similar well economics.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
On exhibits E4 and E5, Would you touch on what the difference between the two is? What's the deciding factor? They're all of a mile apart, two different section lines.
Sure. So those is a kind of a area on our type curve areas internally. And you just see in well performance, the wells become a bit gassier as you move to the east.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 30269. Case number 30270, application of Grayson Mill Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Cyberston Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 13 and 24, Township 150 North, Range 99 West, and sections 18 and 19, Township 150 North, Range 98 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit. All interested parties please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Grayson Mill Operating LLC. And, Mr. Examiner, I have the same three witnesses testifying.
Okay, Ms. Becker, just a reminder, you're still under oath.
Yes.
And, Amy, let's start with L1, if you can describe the area on the locator map.
First, I should preface by saying the visual at the bottom is wrong. It should be shifted up into section 13 and 18. But it's a bird's eye view of our proposed 2560 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 13 and 24, Township 150 North, Range 99 West, and also sections 18 and 19, Township 150 North, Range 98 West.
Okay, so then moving on to L2, if you can describe the proposed spacing unit for us.
Yes, just a closer bird's eye view of the same 2560 in L1.
And then L3, just identify the existing 1280s.
Yes, just again a closer view of the existing 1280 acre spacing unit. One being our Scott, comprised of section 13 and 24, 150 North, 99 West, and to the east, our Fowler, comprised of sections 18 and 19, 150 North, 98 West.
And let's move on to your working interest in the underlying 1280s, beginning with L4.
Yes, our Scott 1280 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 19 and 24, 150 North, 99 West. Grayson Mill has a working interest of 69%.
And then L5, your working interest in the other underlying 1280?
Yes, Lawler comprised of sections 18 and 19, 150 North, 98 West, and Grayson Mill has a working interest of 66%.
And then finally, L6, your working interest in the proposed 2560.
Yes, proposed 2560, our working interest would be 68%.
Okay, I have no further questions for Ms. Becker. I'd offer the land exhibits.
The exhibits will be received. Any questions from the staff? Ms. Henry, just a reminder, you are still under oath.
Yes.
And Catherine, let's start with G1, if you could take us through your structure map.
Yes, so G1 is our structure map of the Upper Bakken Shale with 25-foot contours. I've also highlighted our type log in yellow. It's the Fallon John 1 well.
Okay. And then if you want to just briefly take us through that G2, that type log.
Yes, so this is our same type log from the map. It's the Fallon John well. Our Middle Bakken reservoir is 40 feet thick, and the wells in question are targeting the Middle Bakken.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
The exhibits will be received. Any questions from the staff? Ms. Nichols, just a reminder, you're still under oath.
And Nikki, let's start with E1, if you could just describe your development on this proposed 2560.
Sure. E1, you can see our proposed 12 plots. So the existing Middle Bakken wells are solid blue lines. Existing Three Forks wells are solid orange lines. The proposed Middle Bakken well is the dash line that is between section 24, 13, 18, and 19.
Okay. Then E2, just describe how you drill and complete the well.
E2 is depicting a 10,000-foot planned lateral, again, three-string casing design with 62 plug-and perf stages.
Okay. And then E3, if you can summarize the reservoir data for us.
E3, we're going to be targeting the Middle Bakken at a true vertical depth of around 11,000 feet. We, again, have 40 feet of net pay, 7% porosity, and 25% water saturation.
Okay. And then E4, if you can take us through the economics.
Sure. We are expecting an initial rate around 1,300 barrels of oil per day at 84% initial decline for an EUR oil of 480,000 barrels, 1.6 BCF gas, and combined EUR of 857 MBOE. The second table is gross single well economics shown at $70 oil and $3.25 gas, $8.9 million in CapEx. That yields us a PV10 of $3.3 million and an internal rate of return around 45%.
Okay. And Nikki, in your opinion, would this spacing and proposed development prevent waste and protect relative rights?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and gas capture plan affidavit.
The exhibits and the affidavit will be received. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 30270. Case number 30271, application of Grayson Mill Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the South Tobacco Garden and/or Syverston Bakken pools to establish an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 25, 26, 35, and 36, Township 150 North, Range 99 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit. All interested parties please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Grayson Mill Operating LLC. Mr. Examiner, I have a new land witness, Caitlin Kramer. The other two witnesses will be the same.
Ms. Kramer,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
You still there, Caitlin?
Yes.
We didn't hear your response to the hearing examiner.
Yes, is my response.
Okay, thank you. Caitlin, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Caitlin Kramer, Senior Landman at Grayson Mill Energy. Business address is 840 West Sam Houston Parkway, Suite 300, Houston, Texas 77024.
Caitlin, have you previously testified before this commission?
No.
Can I have you briefly take us through your educational background and relevant work experience?
Yes, I graduated from the University of Oklahoma in December 2013 with a BA in Energy Management. For the last 10 years, I've worked as a landman for 3 other operators across multiple basins and states. And most recently, July 2023, I joined Grayson Mill Energy.
And Caitlin, are you familiar with the land matters associated with this proposed spacing unit?
Yes.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Ms. Kramer be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Caitlin, let's start with your exhibit L1, if you can describe the area we're discussing.
It is an overview of the proposed 2560, section 25, 26, 35, and 36, 150 North, and 99 West.
Okay, and then moving on to L2, if you can take us through that exhibit.
We've got existing 1280s in the red. It is sections 26 and 35. And in the green, it's the other existing 1280, 25, and 36.
Okay, and then moving on to L3, your working interest in that underlying 1280?
Grayson Mills working interest is 100% for the existing Hopland 1280.
Okay, and L4, your working interest in the other 1280?
Grayson Mills working interest is 64% in the existing Cybersyn 1280.
And moving on to L5, what's your working interest in the proposed 2560?
Grayson Mills working interest would be 82% in the proposed 2560.
I have no further questions for Ms. Kramer. I'd offer the land exhibits.
The exhibits will be received. Any questions from the staff? Ms. Henry, just a reminder, you're still under oath.
Yes.
And Catherine, I imagine this is pretty similar to the previous cases, but can you take us through Exhibit G1?
Yes, it's our structure map of the Upper Bakken Shale with 25-foot contours, and the type log highlighted in yellow is Bell & John 1 well.
Okay. And just briefly take us through that type log.
Yes, so this is the type log referenced on the previous map. The Middle Bakken is 40 feet thick, and the wells in question are targeting the Middle Bakken.
Okay, I have no further questions for Ms. Henry. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
The exhibits will be received. Any questions from the staff? Ms. Nichols, just a reminder, you're still under oath.
Understand?
All right, Nikki, let's go through E1, and if you can describe your development plan for us.
E1 is our proposed directional well plot. You can see existing Middle Bakken wells in solid blue lines and existing Three Forks wells in solid orange lines. The proposed Middle Bakken well we are discussing in these exhibits is the blue dashed line between sections 25, 26, 35, and 36.
Okay. And then again, E2, how you drill and complete the well.
This is our wellbore schematic depicting a 10,000-foot lateral with three-string casing design and roughly 62 plug-and perf stage completion.
Sure. Then moving on to E3, the reservoir data.
Our target here will be the Middle Bakken with a true vertical depth around 11,000 feet. We are anticipating 40 feet of net pay, porosity 7%, water saturation 23%.
And then E4, the economics for the proposed well.
We are showing single well economics. Here, Middle Bakken well will be the target. We're anticipating an initial rate around 1,800 barrels of oil per day for an oil EUR of 510,000 barrels of oil. Gas EUR right around 1.2 BCF for a combined EUR of 803,000 barrels of oil equivalent. The single well economics shown in the second table are at $70 oil and $3.25 gas. $8.8 million in gross capital for this well yields us a PV10 of $3.4 million and a 42% internal rate of return.
And Nikki, in your opinion, would establishment of the 2560 to allow for the section line well protect relative rights and prevent waste?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits in the affidavit will be received. Any questions from the staff? Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 30271. Now is a good time to take an hour break for lunch. Let's return at 1 o'clock. Okay, we are back on the record, and we will begin by calling case number 30272, application of Hesbach and Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Long Creek and/or Truax Bakken pools to establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit described as the south half of Section 13 and all of Section 24, Township 153 North, Range 99 West, in the south half of Section 18 and all of Section 19, Township 153 North, Range 98 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Hesbach and Investments 2 LLC. I have three witnesses appearing telephonically: Levi Greenlee, Othman Elhalu, and Carson Noble. And I believe they're all on the line now. Are you guys there?
Sir, can you hear us?
Yep, we can hear you.
Sorry, I'm going to need those names again.
Oh, sorry. It was Levi Greenlee, Othman Elhalu, and Carson Noble.
Mr. Greenlee,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Levi, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes. My name is Levi Greenlee. I'm employed at Hess Corporation as a senior land negotiator with a business address of 1501 McKinney Street, Houston, Texas 77010.
And Levi, have you previously testified before the commission?
No, I have not.
Why don't you take us through your educational background and relevant work experience?
Yes, I hold a Bachelor of Arts in Business Administration with an emphasis in Management and Energy Management from Western Colorado University. I've worked as a petroleum landman for various operators in various capacities for 10 years, and I've worked for Hess for over a year now.
Okay. And Levi, are you familiar with the land matters associated with the proposed spacing units we're discussing today?
Yes.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Greenlee be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Levi, let's start with your exhibit number 1. If you can identify the proposed spacing unit for us.
Yeah, Exhibit 1 is a location map of Township 153 North, Range 98 West, and 153 North, Range 99 West in Williams County. The blue are the existing DSUs. The first laydown, 1280, has sections 13 and 14. The second laydown, 1280, has sections 23 and 24. And the stand-up 1280 is sections 18 and 19. And in green is the requested 1920 spacing.
Okay. Let's move on to exhibit number 2. Can you take us through the working interest in the underlying spacing units and the proposed spacing unit?
Yes, this Exhibit 2 is the land plat that has our proposed 1920 spacing. In yellow, you'll see the Hess-operated SCJW Hamilton DSU, where Hess owns 67.6% working interest. Murex has 15.87% working interest. Continental has 8.96 working interest. Grayson Mill with 2% working interest, and others with 5.4%. In blue, you'll see the Hess-operated SC TR Sleddy 15398-1819 DSU. Hess owns 99.2% working interest in that DSU. And then in orange, you'll see the Continental-operated Jesse DSU located in their Long Creek unit, where Hess owns a 5.8% working interest. Continental owns an 82.77% working interest in that DSU. And then the combined working interest in the proposed 1920 spacing is Hess with 62.6%, Continental with 29.28%, and others with 8.12%.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. I'd offer exhibits 1 and 2.
The exhibits will be received. Any questions from the staff?
Levi, you referred to sections 23 and 24 as a laydown spacing unit?
lay down 1280, which is also located in a larger unit that Continental has placed.
But in reality, 23 and 26 and 24 and 25 were likely stand-up 1280s at one time.
I think that is a mistake on here. It does look like they do have stand-up, the Truman DSU and then the Jesse DSU. I think that should have just been flipped around to show 24 and 25 as a stand-up DSU instead of a lay-down.
But at any rate, they're part of the Long Creek Bakken unit at this point, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
And your interest is showing 23 and 24. Is that the interest in those two sections, or is that the interest in the unit?
That's the interest in the full unit,
Okay.
LCU unit.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. El Haru,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I swear.
Othman, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Sure. My name is Othman El Halu. I am employed by Hess Corporation as an operation geologist with a business address of 1501 McKinney Street, Houston, Texas, 77010.
Oh, yeah, and Othman, can we have you spell your name for the record?
Sure. OTHMANELHELOU.
Thank you. And Othman, you previously testified before the commission?
I have.
Had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'd move the testimony of Mr. El Halu be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Othman, let's start with your exhibit number 3, if you can take us through your structure map.
Sure. Exhibit 3 shows the location of the existing DSUs in blue and the requested 1920 DSU outline in green with the existing wells marked. The top middle Bakken structure map is presented with a 50-foot contour interval showing that the formation is dipping to the southeast.
Okay.
Line A to A prime represents the location of the wells used in the cross-section in Exhibit 4.
Okay, and let's move on to your cross-section.
Sure. Exhibit 4 is a stratigraphic cross-section flattened on the top of the Bakken, showing that the targeted formations are present and continuous throughout the region.
I have no further questions. I'd offer exhibits 3 and 4.
The exhibits will be received. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Noble,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Carson, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes. Name is Carson Noble. Work for Hess Corporation as a reservoir engineer. Office is 1501 McKinney Street, Houston, Texas, 77010.
And Carson, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the engineering related matters associated with spacing units?
I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Noble be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Carson, let's start with exhibit number 5, if you could take us through the proposed development plan for the spacing unit.
Sure. Exhibit 5 shows the proposed 1920 development for the south halves of sections 18 and 13, along with all of sections 19 and 24. That highlighted dashed line is the proposed lease line well, and it will be drilled in the Middle Bakken Formation from the pad location denoted in blue. It will be part of the same group of wells, which constitute that laydown going from west to, or east to west, or sorry, east to west in the SCJW Hamilton.
Sure. Let's move on to Exhibit 6 then, if you can walk us through the reservoir data and economics.
Sure. Exhibit 6 shows the reservoir and economic summary for a single 1.5 mile Middle Bakken well in the Stony Creek area. Expected EUR is around 513,000 stock tank barrels with roughly a 2% recovery factor. Economics were run at $62 a barrel WTI pricing flat at 100% working interest. The expected NPV of this example well is $9 million with a rate of return of roughly 89%.
And Carson, in your opinion, would establishment of this spacing unit to allow for the section line well prevent waste and protect relative rights?
Yes, it would.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer Exhibits 5, 6, and the gas capture plan affidavit.
The exhibits and affidavit will be received. Any questions from the staff?
Carson, what is the plan for the section line, call it the north half of section 18?
The north half of Section 18, sorry, I'm catching an echo here. The north half of Section 18 is currently being depleted by the heels of the JW Hamilton 6, 7, 8, and 9. We do not have any future plans to return to this area, and the proposed lease line well captures and maximizes value along the portion of the lease line that we can still get to for this well trip.
The wells that you're depicting in the south half of 14 and 15, they're going to be drilled from a pad on the east side?
Correct, that blue box in Exhibit 5.
So wouldn't you drill the wells the same way you drilled the wells to the north?
Correct.
And so wouldn't you get depletion on the section line between 15 and 18 from those wells?
That's correct. This proposed lease line well will also reach a little bit farther to the TR Sleddy, a little bit farther over to the east. That well is a bit understimulated relative to kind of modern completion designs, and we believe there's still additional resource to exploit there.
How far off the section line do you plan to locate the wellbore?
It's going to be about 50 feet, roughly.
With the trajectory of that TR Sleddy in the northwest of 18, wouldn't there be a fair amount of reservoir up there that's not being drained adequately in the northwest of 18?
That's correct. But given the pad location and the only trip that we're making to the SCJW Hamilton here, we are unable to reach that portion of the reservoir at this time, and we have no further plans for additional development. We're trying to get as much as we can here with this 1.5 mile well.
So this well is going to be drilled off of that pad in the southeast of 15? Sorry, 13? I say 15.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 30272. Case number 30273, application of Hesbachen Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Ray Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 27, 28, 33, and 34, Township 157 North, Range 97 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Hesbachen Investments 2 LLC, and the same three witnesses appearing in this case.
Okay, Mr. Greenlee, just a reminder, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
And Levi, let's start with your exhibit number 1. If you can identify the proposed spacing unit for us.
Yes, Exhibit 1 is the location map of Township 157 North, Range 97 West, Williams County. In the blue are the existing DSUs. The first stand-up 1280 being sections 28 and 33. The second stand-up 1280 being sections 27 and 34. And then in green is the requested 2560 spacing.
Okay. And moving on to exhibit number 2, can you take us through the working interest in the underlying 1280s and the 2560?
Yes, Exhibit 2 is the land plat of the proposed 2560 spacing. In the yellow is the Hess-operated Go Hoyt DSU, showing Hess with 54.38% working interest, Crescent Point with 31.09%, Continental with 3%, Castle Peak with 2%, and others with 9% working interest. And then in blue, you have the Go Duffy DSU, Hess-operated Go Duffy DSU, with Hess with 62.3% working interest, Continental with 15.59%, Granite Ridge Holdings with 8.9%, Collins Permian with 3%, and others with 9%. And then the combined working interest in the proposed 2560 spacing is Hess with 58.35%, Crescent Point with 15.55%, Continental with 9%, and others with 16.8%.
Okay, I have no further questions that offer exhibits 1 and 2.
The exhibits will be received. Any questions from the staff? Mr. El Haru, just a reminder, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Othman, let's take a look at exhibit 3, and if you could take us through and describe that structure map for us.
Sure. Exhibit 3 shows the location of the existing DSUs in blue and the requested 2560 DSU outline in green with the existing wells marked. The top middle Bakken structure map is presented with a 50-foot contour interval showing that the formation is dipping to the southwest. The line Eta 8 prime represents the location of the wells used in the cross-section in Exhibit 4.
And moving on to exhibit number 4, can you describe your cross-section exhibit for us?
Sure. Exhibit 4 is a stratigraphic cross-section flattened on the top of the Bakken, showing that the targeted formations are present and continuous throughout the region.
Okay, I don't have any further questions. I'd offer exhibits 3 and 4.
The exhibits will be received. Any questions from the staff? And Mr. Noble, just a reminder, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
And Carson, can I have you take a look at exhibit number 5 and describe your proposed development plan?
Sure. Exhibit 5 shows the proposed 2560 development for sections 27, 28, 33, and 34. That highlighted dashed line is the Middle Bakken well proposed along that lease line corridor. The pad that we're going to be drilling this well from is denoted in blue, that blue rectangle at the top.
Okay, let's move on to exhibit 6. Can you take us through the reservoir data and economics?
Exhibit 6 shows the reservoir and economic summary for a single well in the Goliath area. The expected EUR for this example well is 636,000 stock tank barrels with roughly a 2.6 recovery factor. The economics will run at $62 a barrel WTI and at 100% working interest. The NPV for this well is about $11.6 million with a rate of return in excess of 100%.
Okay, and Carson, in your opinion, would establishment of the 2560 to allow for the section line well prevent waste and protect relative rights?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer exhibits 5, 6, and the gas capture plan affidavit.
The exhibits and affidavit will be received. Any questions from the staff?
Carson, what's your plans in 27 and 34 between the section line and the existing well?
The plan would be to include an additional, it could be probably about 3 wells between that Duffy existing well and the lease line. It would be more or less the same spacing. I don't know exactly what time the trip for those wells would be off the top of my head.
And I'm assuming the pad that you're depicting on the exhibit here is going to include the 3 wells permitted to go to the north.
Correct.
All right, thanks.
That concludes our hearing for case number 30273. Case number 30274, application of Hesbachen Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Beaver Lodge, Kappa and/or Manitou Bakken pools to establish an overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit described as sections 112 and 13, Township 155 North, Range 95 West, and sections 6, 7, and 18, Township 155 North, Range 94 West, Williams and Montreal Counties, North Dakota, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on such unit. This case has been continued to September. That concludes our hearing for case number 30274. Case number 30204, application of Hesbachen Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Ellsworth Bakken pool to establish an overlapping 3,200 acre spacing unit described as the east half of sections 10 and 15 and all of sections 11, 12, 13, and 14, Township 149 North, Range 100 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on such unit. This case has been continued to September. That concludes our hearing for case number 30204. Case number 30275, application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Cottonwood Bakken pool to establish an overlapping stand-up 1920 acre spacing unit described as sections 23, 26, and 35, Township 159 North, Range 92 West, Burke County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Oasis Petroleum North America, LLC. I have 3 witnesses appearing telephonically. It will be Nicole Meredith, John Prim, and Eva Tomova. And I believe they're on the line now. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Wade. We're having some issues on our end as well, so we might be calling in individually. I'm trying to get that set up, but I am on the line right now.
Right now, it's just you, Nicole?
Yes, that's correct. We're working on grouping up.
Got another line coming in. I got another line dialing in. How do I answer that and connect them?
Yeah, I got the same.
So who do we have on now? Nicole, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
And do we have the others on now too? Maybe they'll try back. Okay, just have that one. Maybe they'll try again.
We're all grouping up, Wade, so we should all be available.
Okay, so if we start with you, like John and Eva will be there shortly?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay, so we're starting with Nicole Meredith.
correct.
Okay. Ms. Meredith,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Nicole, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, it's Nicole Meredith. Capacity is landman at Cord Energy, Oasis, also known as Oasis Petroleum. Business address is 1001 Fannin, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas 77002.
And Nicole, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
Okay. And you're familiar with the land matters associated with today's hearings and the spacing units involved?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Ms. Meredith be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Nicole, let's start with number L1, if you can initially identify the area we're discussing?
Sure. This exhibit is a regional locator map, which identifies the specific spacing unit that we are requesting to respace, located in Township 159, Range 92, Sections 23, 26, and 35.
Okay. And then let's move on to L2, if you can tell us what your working interest is in the proposed spacing unit.
Sure. This is the depiction which identifies our working interest for the requested 1920 spacing unit. Working interest is 58.33% in sections 23, 26, and 35 of Township 159, Range 92.
Okay. And then let's move on to L3, if you can describe the working interest in the underlying spacing units.
Sure. This shows the existing units in place. Section 23, CORE does not own a working interest currently. But sections 26 and 35, that is a Oasis Cord operated unit currently, and we have an 87.5% working interest.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the land exhibits.
The exhibits will be received. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Prim,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Okay. John, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Jonathan Prim. I am a geologist for Oasis Petroleum. Address 1001 Fannin Street, Houston, Texas, 77002.
And John, have you previously testified before this commission?
I have not.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and take us through your educational background and relevant work experience?
Sure, I got a bachelor's degree in geology from the University of Georgia in 2011. I got a master's degree in geology from the University of Utah in 2016. After school, I worked for ExxonMobil as an operations and development geologist in the Permian Basin for approximately 2 years. I've now been working at Oasis for approximately 2 months.
Okay. And are you familiar with the geology underlying the proposed spacing units today?
Yes.
Okay. I'd move the testimony, Mr. Prim, be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And John, let's start with G1, if you can describe your structure map for us.
Yeah, so this is a Upper Bakken structure map centered over the Township 159 North, 92 West, with the proposed spacing unit outlined in red. We have contour intervals of 25 feet, and this is in subsea TBD. And as you can see, there is a dip to the southwest. Also highlighted is the type log, which will be shown in the later exhibit, the Edwards 44-9H, marked there in yellow.
Okay. Let's move on to G2, if you can take us through that exhibit.
Yes, so this is a Middle Bakken gross interval thickness map centered over the same area, also with the type log highlighted there in yellow, as well as the proposed spacing unit, just showing that the Middle Bakken target interval is continuous across this proposed spacing unit.
Okay, and then let's move on to the type log, G3.
And so the type log is centered over our reservoir interval here, showing a representative geology expected to be encountered in the subsurface, with the Middle Bakken highlighted in yellow.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
The exhibits will be received. Any questions from the staff? And Wade, what was the name of your final witness?
Eva Tomova.
Ms. Tomova,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Eva, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, sir. Eva Tamoma Medina, and I'm currently a development engineer at Oasis Petroleum. Our address is 1001 Fannin Street, Houston, Texas, 77002.
02.
And Eva, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the engineering-related matters associated with the spacing units?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Ms. Tomova be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Eva, let's start with E1, and if I can have you describe your proposed development plan.
Yes, sir. So on Exhibit E1, we can see the proposed 4-well development in this unit highlighted with the green rectangle, 1920 spacing, 4 Middle Bakken wells, section, township, and range, we already mentioned.
Let's go ahead and move on then to the next exhibit, E2, and if I can have you summarize the reservoir data and economic information.
Yes, sir. For E2, there are 3 sections. We'll go over the reservoir properties first. As mentioned, Middle Bakken is our target here. Reservoir pressure just over 5,500 psi. Reservoir temperature just over 230 degrees Fahrenheit. Gas oil ratio just under 700 there. Moving down to OIP and recovery. As mentioned, the spacing would be 1920. Well EOR, we're expected at 530 MBO. Moving down for the economics, they were run at 65 and 3. Investment just over 9.8 million, and discounted PIR 10 at 1.5.
And Eva, in your opinion, would establishment of the overlapping 1920 to allow for these longer laterals, would that prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture affidavit.
The exhibits and the affidavit will be received. Any questions from the staff?
Eva, looking at E1, I don't see anywhere shown where your pad located at. Do you know where that's going to be?
No, we do not at this time.
Okay. Do you know if you plan to batch drill these wells?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a time frame in which you plan on drilling these wells?
We're currently evaluating this. It's going to be driven based on how they compare to the other project economics, as well as this area is challenged gas capture-wise, so we'll take that into account as we put them on our schedule. But they're
And
TBD.
what zone are those 2 existing wells completed in?
One is Bakken and one is Three Forks.
Okay, thanks.
That concludes our hearing for case number 30275. Case number 30276, application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Cottonwood Bakken pools to establish 4 overlapping stand-up 1920 acre spacing units described as sections 1, 12, and 13, sections 2, 11, and 14, sections 23, 26, and 35, and sections 24, 25, and 36, Township 158 North, Range 92 West, Montreal County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on each such unit. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Oasis Petroleum North America, LLC, and the same 3 witnesses will testify in this case.
Ms. Meredith, just a minute, you're still under oath.
Okay. Do you want me to walk through Exhibit 01?
Yep, go ahead,
Okay.
Nicole.
All right, so Exhibit 01 represents our regional locator map. It pulls out the 4 wells that we're looking to respace. Township 158 North, Range 92 West. Sections 1, 12, and 13 would be the first requested 1920 spacing. Sections 2, 11, and 14 being the second. Sections 23, 26, 35 being the third. And sections 24, 25, and 36 rounding out the 4 units we're looking to respace.
Let's move on to L2 and your working interest in those spacing units.
Okay, so this depicts the working interest in the requested respacing. As you can see in sections 1, 12, and 13, we are sitting at 79.07% working interst. Sections 2, 11, and 14, we have a 41.67% working interest. Sections 23, 26, and 35 is a 59.51% working interest. And the last unit of 24, 25, and 36 is a 77.87% working interest.
Okay. And let's move on to L3, if you can take us through the working interest in the existing underlying 1280s.
Sure. So this is comprised of 6 1280 units currently spaced. Sections 1 and 12 is a court operated at 73.67% working interest. Section 2 and 11 is we've got a 14.58% working interest. So I realize this is a lower working interest. Liberty does operate a well in Section 11 called the Rysted. I believe it's the Rysted 4-11H. We have worked with them for their support in this respacing matter, so we've received their final support on this unit as well. So Section 2 and 11 is a 14.58% working interest. Sections 13 and 24, 89.85% working interest. Sections 14 and 23 is a 95.84% working interest. 25 and 36 is a 71.875%. And then sections 26 and 35 for the last is a 41.35% working interest. And all underlying units outside of 2 and 11 are Oasis-operated wellbores and units.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the land exhibits.
The exhibits will be received. Any questions from the staff?
Nicole, sections 2 and 11 are currently a stand-up 1280, as well as 25 and 36. Do you want those two space units terminated?
Yes, we did discuss this being mentioned, so I appreciate you mentioning that as well. I do believe we will want to terminate the underlying in an effort to space as such, but obviously maintain the current wellbore that's in Section 11 as the 640.
And likewise the 25 and 36.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Prim, just a reminder, you are still under oath.
Understood.
All right, John, let's start with G1, if you can describe your structure map for us.
Yeah, so similar to the last one, we have a upper Bakken structure map here centered over the Township 158 North, 92 West, with the 4 proposed spacing units outlined in the 4 different colors there. Also marked there is a type log, the Rysted 411H, as previously mentioned in the land exhibits. The contour intervals are 25 feet, and as you can see, they're dipping to the southwest.
Okay, yeah, let's move on to G2.
So G2 is showing a middle Bakken gross interval thickness map centered over the same area with the same areas of interest highlighted. Contour intervals shown here are 2 feet, and you can see a gradual thickening to the west over the area of interest, just showing that the middle Bakken is continuous over this area.
Okay, and let's move on to the type log G3.
Yep. So this is a type log of the Rysted 411H, centered over the reservoir interval of interest, showing the reservoir parameters, geologic parameters that we expect to encounter in the subsurface. Once again, the middle Bakken is highlighted there in yellow.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
The exhibits will be received. Any questions from the staff? And Ms. Tomova, just a reminder, you are still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Eva, let's start with the 2, 11, and 14 proposed 1920, Exhibit E1. And if you could take us through your proposed development plan for that 1920.
Yes, sir. Similar to the last case here, we're looking at proposed four middle bucket well bores shown in purple lines with the unit, the 1920 unit you mentioned, with the green box. Also, we have not spotted surface here, so it could be either on the north or on the south end, and we will look to drill all four wells from one location if possible.
Okay. And let's drop down then and look at the 23, 26, and 35 spacing unit, E2. Can you take us through the development plan for that one?
Yes, sir. Similar notes on this one. 4 middle bucket wells highlighted in purple with the green box highlighting the proposed 1920 unit. Surface is not settled on this unit as well.
Okay. And then moving on to 24, 25, and 36, what's development look like on that spacing unit?
Similar to the previous exhibit, 4 bucket wells, stand-up bucket wells, highlighted in purple with the green box, highlighting the 1920 unit. Surface is not settled on this as well.
Okay. And finally, 112 and 13, can you take us through development on that proposed 1920?
Yes, sir. 4 bucket wells here as well, with the green box highlighting the 1920 unit. Surface is also not settled here.
Okay. Then let's move on to the reservoir data and then the economics for the proposed wells on these spacing units.
Yes, sir. Exhibit, this should be Exhibit E5. Reservoir properties, formation, Middle Bakken, reservoir pressure just over 5,500 psi, average net pay at just over 20 feet, gas oil ratio 693, similar to the other cases. For OAP and recovery, we're looking at 530 MBO for our well EUR, and these are all for well economic. Going forward here, 65 dollars per barrel of oil and $3 per MCF on the economic, with an investment just over $9 million per well and discount MPI at 1.25.
Okay. And even if the commission were to approve these overlapping 1920s to allow for the 3-mile laterals as you've described, is that going to prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, sir. We believe so.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits in the affidavit will be received. Any questions from the staff?
Eva, you said that you aren't sure if the well pads are going to be in the north or the south of the units, but wouldn't you place a pad in between the two 1920s so you can drill both north and south from the same pad?
Correct. That's definitely something that we would consider.
Okay. And what are your plans for the wells that are being crossed that are currently active?
We will steer around them during drilling, and then we will make sure that we modify our completions to accommodate them.
So you plan to keep producing those wells?
Correct, for now, yeah.
And I'm assuming you don't have a time frame to drill these wells either?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 30276, and that concludes our hearings for the day. We'll go. Oh, I gotta call the continuance, right? It's a pooling. Okay. So that concludes our hearings for the day. We'll go off the record.